Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, folks. Or good morning, I guess, to you guys in America. Morning, Phil. Morning, Gav. Hello, Russell. Hello, Iggy. You built a Liberator Salt Group list yet, Gav?
Yes.
You're not getting more crisps, sweetheart?
Daddy.
I know, it's tough to hear you only allowed one bag of crisps, isn't it? I got my 2-year-old hanging out with me this afternoon again. Yeah, I'm doing jump intercessors, Gav. I need to get more of these guys on the go. I think 15 jump intercessors seems to be about the right number for Blood Angels. Do you run any 10s or you just run the 5s, Gav? I think... I know the 5s are very good. I haven't had the greatest experience running the 10s, so... I think I'm running 5s. I think 3 5s. 2 5s at least, maybe 3. Morning, 2 scoops. Yeah, you're only allowed 1 bag of crisps when you're 2 years old, apparently, Chris. Tough life. This jump intercessor wants to be in the Sanguinary Guard, though. He's wearing a Sanguinary Guard shoulder pad. Well, an old shoulder pad, because I guess Sanguinary Guard don't have cool shoulder pads anymore, huh? What's everyone making with the new box? What are people focused on? Do you know what? I meant to spray Astrath yesterday, but it was raining, so maybe I'll get him sprayed today. It was raining like half an hour ago, but it looks like it's turned a little bit sunny now. You run 2 5-man and 1 10-man. No Sanguinary Priest with jump packs, no point in running 10s. I mean, they're still good in terms of like mortal wounds and lots of chainsword attacks, right? The Sanguinary Priest was very good, though. There's no denying that, I guess. What will you do with your old rhinos? Well, rhinos aren't legends yet. I heard that someone was doing a 3D printed upgrade sprue to change the rhino into like a hover tank. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard about it. It's not looking brilliant for spraying yet today. The sun is coming out. It's sunny outside my window. It was raining like half an hour ago. I've only built one model in the new Blood Angels box, honestly. I've only built Astaroth. I feel like I'm going to give Astaroth a shot for a little while. Obviously Lamartez is very strong, and he still is strong, but I like the idea of the devastating wounds on the charge. I think that's worth trying. For a few weeks at least. Yeah, I really need to build... I should probably build Lamartez today if I get a chance. I've been playing too much Space Marine 2, man. I was playing it last night again. That game's friggin' tough, man. It's completely stuck at a point in... I finally got to the second planet, but I was completely stuck last night. So hopefully I'll get another chance to play Space Marine 2 this weekend as well. I'd like to... I don't know how far into the game I am. Maybe like 5 hours, something like that. I've probably played 10 hours though. It's just, it's a very tough game actually. Hello, Panderman. Did I say afternoon to you, Marco? You could turn the rhinos into predator tanks. You could definitely get some sort of 3D printed turret. You know, Paul's right. You get some sort of turret and make it... give those rhinos a bit more life. For some reason, Games Workshop really don't want to Legends rhinos, I guess. I don't really understand why, but I guess they don't want to. Congratulations, finally, on getting your box, Panda Man. What's up, Blind Freddy? Hey, Marius, good afternoon, how you doing? I sent you, I got an email from Displate this morning, Marius. They have some super cool Space Marine 2 metal posters. I only own the 2 Displates that like live up above me, the Blood Angels one and the They Live one. But I think the Displate, I think they're super cool. If money was no object, I would buy more Displates. So yeah, I got an email this morning from Displate saying there was like money off. Like 20% off the Space Marine 2 Displates. And if you don't own any Displates, trust me, they're super dope. And I was like, man, I know I'm not an Ultramarines fan, but these Displates are still pretty darn cool. How you doing anyway, Marius? You well? Sorry, Blind Freddy, what's happening? These are not the jump intercessors from the starter box. These are a set that I've been using in battles now for a couple of months. I actually ran them to a tournament, but they weren't, well, they obviously aren't finished. So, considering I keep using them, and I think they're very, very strong, I thought I would finish up this squad before I start. I'm very bad. I usually have too many Warhammer 40,000 projects on the go. So, I thought I'd try and at least get this squad. It would be nice to complete this squad. I'm off tomorrow. I'm off work tomorrow as well. And my mum usually babysits her kids on Friday, so I might actually have like the whole day to myself. So if I do have the whole day to myself tomorrow, I'm just gonna put 4 or 5 more hours into these guys and try and get them to a somewhat finished state, I guess. Hey Brandon, how you doing? Has anyone completed Space Marine on the hardest difficulty yet? Because that game is nuts. I died so many times on the stream last night. I felt like we almost had it, but like I don't even think I'm halfway through the game. Do you recess wash? Yeah, I do that at the end, man. Once I get all the base colours on, I'll do Agrax Earthshade, and I'll recess wash. Excuse me, I'll recess wash the entire red armor with Agrax Earthshade. And then I'll probably, like, at that point, I'll probably go over some of the highlights with just the same red that I started with, just to bring them back up to a little bit more brightness. I would say because someone was asking me how far along these models were yesterday, I would say these models are maybe like 30 or 35%. I haven't even done second coats, and you know that you're supposed to do two thin coats. So I feel like I've got a bunch of colours that need second coats, and then I've got a bunch of washing to do. I don't even think I've finished all the base colours yet. For example, like I've not put any colour on these purity seals or anything. So these guys are maybe not even at 50%. Yeah, well, they're definitely not at 50%. They're pretty early still. But I've probably put like 12 hours into them so far. I'm pretty slow at painting. I'm going to do the purity seals while I remember, since you asked me. Yeah, let's do some Screamer Pink. I beat the first mission and played nothing but PvP since. I mean, the PvP is pretty fun, I get you. I've played a little bit of the PvP. I want to complete the campaign, because if I don't... I feel like if I don't bash out the campaign, then I'll do the same as you, Panda Man. I'll just play tons of PvP and never get back to the campaign. Hello, Quicks. Good morning. Do you do anything new to the plasma yet? Do You do anything new to the plasma yet? What do you mean, anything new to the plasma yet? Sorry. Like on the model that I'm painting, or what? I've been thinking of going back and doing the campaign again on the hardest set and just been playing Bulwark on PvE. And how are you finding Bulwark? I actually thought it was pretty cool, Bulwark. I really like the Storm Shield.
Can you get my model?
I don't know where I put your model, Michael. Hold on. Where did I put your Space Marine yesterday?
You put it somewhere.
Yeah, I put your Space Marine somewhere. I'm sure the stream would like to see your Space Marine as well. Where is your Space Marine? How have I lost your Space Marine, Michael? I feel like I just put it up high so you wouldn't play with it and I wasn't watching. I don't know what we've done with your Space Marine. I can give you another one to hold on to if you want. One with a golden helmet. Would you like one with a golden helmet? Would you like to hold this one? No, you don't want that one. You want your Space Marine. God damn it. We've been playing one Space Marine bright red for Michael. And I've put him somewhere. Why would I have put him away? I mean, I definitely put him away so Michael didn't eat him or something, right? Michael, I'll have another look for your Space Marine in a little while, okay? I don't know where I put him.
May I have a big one?
You can have the big one, Phil, yeah. You can hold the big one. Would you like to hold the big Space Marine? Yeah? Okay, you hold the big one. There we go. Oh, the plasma pistol that I wasn't happy with. No, I only just started streaming a few minutes ago. I haven't done...
What's that?
That's his backpack, Michael. So I haven't done it.
Your backpack is yours?
Yeah, Space Marines have backpacks, that's right.
Can you see the backpack?
Yeah, the backpack has their oxygen in it, I think.
I think there's really some.
Well, actually, I think that the backpack's a power pack, so I don't know if it has oxygen. I am not working from home. I'm on holiday, Smithy. How you doing? Normally I don't. Normally I always take my holidays to do stuff with the kids, but I feel like I've done so little painting in the last 6 months. I feel like since 10th edition came. Yeah, probably since 10th edition came out, my painting's been pretty bad. So I thought I'd take a few days to do some painting, and also it was good timing because I wanted to play Space Marine 2. Yeah, Mike.
It can't go more.
It's a mini fusion reactor in the backpack, chat. No, his helmet can't come off. Very passionate about his one Space Marine, I guess. I'll have to find it or he'll be upset. His Space Marines literally just has like 4 coats of red on it, because that's all we've done. He is only 2. Was that that was the McFarlane toy? I bought that a while ago. I kind of hope Michael starts Blood Angels. I think what we'll do is when he's like 10. I don't know what age people get their kids into 40k. Maybe like 8 or 10, something like that. So I'll probably just take him.
Helmet.
Yeah, he has a helmet. I'll take him to Games Workshop and I'll let him choose what he thinks cool, I guess. And then maybe that'll mean on Saturdays I can get more painting done because he'll want to just hang out and do painting. In the winter in Scotland, outside sucks. So maybe it'll be a good excuse to be able to stay in with the kids and do some painting. Can someone explain to me the loadout that I can have with the Death Company Marines and Death Company Marines with jump packs? I'm getting confused as to what power weapons to have or not. I did a slide on that, dude. I'll put it on the screen for a minute. You take a screenshot when I show the slide, right? Because I have a video coming out about this tomorrow. But I made slides. Right. There you go. Take a screenshot of that. That's your weapon options. Snicktick. Take a screenshot, or I guess you could pause the video. There you go. That's your weapon options. That's what I would recommend, but I'll go into more depth when I release the video tomorrow. I always release a video on Fridays about 1 o'clock. UK time, right?
Look. I do that.
Yeah, you're twisting his head 360 degrees, Michael. Yeah, that's cool. You keep playing with his head. I don't want to build Sangre Garden. Wait. His helmet's not bad, Michael. Right? Can you watch your program and stop speaking to me, Michael? Because I'm trying to concentrate, and I'm trying to read chat as well. Okay, so you've got Spider-Man on. Why don't you watch a little bit of Spider-Man? I mean, I think you could make 6 Sangre Guard pretty safely. I think they'll probably get it to a point where 6 Sangre Guard have somewhat competitive points. I can't imagine that they're not going to want Sangre Guard to have competitive points when they've got when they've got new models to sell. They want the new models to have competitive points. So I think you can build 6 Sangre Guard, and I think you can safely build them with swords. As for the Death Company, I mean, I think it's pretty safe to build them using the loadouts that I showed just a minute ago. I think that's pretty safe to build as well. I think you can kind of build jumping. I don't know what you can't build, right? Even though you're waiting for points, you can still. I think you can build everything. The Death Company are not going to change much now that they've got their new weapon loadouts. The Assault Intercessors with jump packs kind of already were finalised in the Space Marine Codex, and I think the new Sangre Guard are kind of limited on weapon options, so you're probably going to just build them 1 Infernal Pistol, 5 Angelus Bolt Guns, and then swords, right? There's not too many options. If he picks Nids, then he'll just get killed over and over by Blood Angels. No problem, Snick. I knew a lot of people had bought that new Blood Angels box. I've had so many questions about it, so I thought it would make sense to do a video on it. So it's coming out tomorrow. That slide is helpful. I'm glad to hear it. I actually did post it in the Facebook group that we have, the Blood Angels Commander Facebook group. And I also posted it in Reddit. So yeah, if you're not following me on Facebook, that like if there is something useful like that, for example, like I do try and I know like a lot of people just use YouTube, but I do post stuff that's useful earlier in the week if I can on Facebook. Am I live now? Yes, I'm live, Mick Dixon. How you doing? Or Mick Dixcom. It's a blood drop, Mike.
Another one.
Yeah, he's got blood drops all over his armor, yeah?
Another one.
And another one, yeah.
2 big drops and another one.
Yeah, lots of blood drops.
What ones?
Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm only live for like 3 or 4 hours. I'm wanting to bash out like
That one?
a good amount of these Assault Intercessors.
Yesterday. Look at those shoulders.
Yeah, he's got big shoulders, hasn't he?
Yes.
I can safely build Dante and Mephiston, yeah?
A backpack like me.
Like, oh, because you've got a backpack for nursery, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the Space Marine has a backpack just like you, correct.
Like, right off. Like,
Can you hear it? I don't know how well you can hear him on stream. You have a Mandalorian backpack. That's what you have, isn't it?
I have my royal one.
Yeah, you do have a Mandalorian one, don't you? It's very cool.
Be ready.
Mephiston is going to be crazy if his Codex points stay. I think Mephiston is an awkward one, right? Because D3 damage is kind of horrible. When you really want damage output, you'll roll a bunch of 1s. Like, I think if Mephiston had flat 2 damage over D3, I think I would be so excited to be running him, and I guess a lot of people are excited to run him. But my experience with D3 is every time you need Mephiston to do something epic, he lets me down. I think he's fine at 125 points.
Because from little hole. From little hole.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if they'd just given him flat 2 damage, maybe I'd be willing to pay like 10 more points for him at that point. Pay like 135 and I would be all over him, but D3, man, is so... Like, when you fight Terminators and they fail 3 saves and then you roll 3 1s and 2s and you kill a single Terminator with your 125 point Mephiston, that's going to be such a feels bad moment. And that's what I always manage to do. Yeah, he's tanky. He's tanky. I mean, he's got the equivalent of 12 wounds now, right? Because a 6 wound model with 4 up feel no pain is essentially just the same as having 12 wounds, right? Statistically, anyway. "12 wounds for 125 points is quite a lot. You're right on that. Does Mephiston have an invulnerable save? I think he's got a 5 up invuln save now. He used to not have one, but they gave him a 5 up, which I think is nice. Because even 2 up saves, which like he had before, there's still parts of that that can be pretty vulnerable. Your son likes the orcs. I hope my son doesn't like the orcs. No, he's a 2 up. He's a 2 up, 5 up, 4 up, I think. I've got the codex right here, I'll check for you. Mephiston, the Lord of Death. He is a 2 up, 5 up, 4 up. Lone operative. Fights first. I really do think 6 attacks, weapon skill 2 up, strength 9. So strength 11 on the charge, AP 3, I mean that's great. I really think if he... and 7 attacks on the charge as well. I really think if he'd been flat 2 damage, he would have been he would have been almost an auto pick. But at D3, I'm so worried. Should we use Mephiston? I mean, it's up to you, man. When you, like I said, when a Terminator fails 3 saves against you, or a squad of Terminators fail 3 saves against you, what do your damage rolls usually look like? Do you normally roll a 5, a 6, and a 5 for your damage roll and kill 3 Terminators? Or like me, do you normally roll like a 1, a 2, and a 3 and like kill 1 Terminator and take 1 wound off another one or something? Because I feel like that's usually like, and the thing is, when that's a high pressure moment, because usually it'll be a high pressure moment, right? It'll be like, quite often in a game of 40k, you could be like, or at least, you know, I need Mephiston to go in here, and if he can kill 2 or 3 Terminators, he can turn the fight, he can turn this fight and I'll win this battle. And then you charge him in and he kills a single Terminator and you're like, oh my god, what? D3 damage, man. Its reliability stinks so bad. And I've taken Mephiston to GTs before. And if you guys, if you're in my stream reasonably often, you'll know Reziel. And Reziel was like, John, don't do it. Don't take Mephiston to a tournament. You'll regret it. He's too unreliable. And I was like, I know, right, Reziel? You know, I'm the Blood Angels commander. I know what I'm doing. And I took him to a tournament and then literally came away from the tournament and was like, yeah, that was the worst idea ever. Mephiston is so... His damage output is so unreliable when you need it to be reliable. So now I just run the captain. What's the captain that can have like 9 attacks with flat 2 in dev wounds? He's cheaper as well. In my tournament list, actually, I had Mephiston with a unit of assault intercessors, and he was the same price as that captain and the company heroes, and I just thought the captain and the company heroes always did better for me. He's got grenades. I mean, he's got a smite, and he's got... Sure, he can have grenades. I don't know. I mean, 125 points is probably not bad. I just think that my experience tells me that apparently I suck at rolling D3 damage rolls. I just suck at it. If you were great at rolling D3 damage rolls, then yeah.
I just want to fall down.
What's that, Mike?
The roof will fall down.
Well, do you want me to stand him up for you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's too hard.
It's too hard to stand him up. He is pretty hard to stand up. He's a bit top heavy because of that backpack, isn't he? How's that?
Good.
You happy now?
Yeah.
I like his can't fall back. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad character. What does my stream setup look like? Like, you want to see the room the other way, or what are you asking? The company heroes are no joke. I hate all the individual weapon profiles. The company heroes are not too bad. I use a Canon M50 right in front of me. I think it's like it costs like $600 or $700. It's like an actual DLSR. I'm not super familiar with cameras, but it's like a proper. It's like I have a proper camera. Like, I don't use a webcam. It's like a proper camera. But then I film all my weekly videos with that proper camera as well, right? Overhead camera. This one up above is like an iPhone 15 Pro. Again, just because the Pro model, just because it's got a better camera. And then I've got a light above. I've got a light here. I've got a light there. I've got a light back there, I've got another light I can turn on there, and I've got another swing light that I can turn on there. If you really want to see it, I can take a photo of it and put it in Discord or something like that. I don't think I could take a photo of it right now because all my cameras are being used, unless I went and grabbed the wife's phone.
Now too.
You finally fixed your computer, only took till 3 AM. Man, I hate it when computers fail like that. Touch wood, my computer doesn't fail again for a few years. So yeah, I've got a fairly decent computer as well, in terms of, like, I just bought it last year. I basically pumped, like, my computer was 11 years old or something like that. So I put, like, all the revenue from the YouTube channel for, like, a year into buying a new computer. So I've got like a GeForce 3090, I think. And I think I might have... I feel like I might have 32 RAM. Hold on, I think I can get it from Device Manager, right? Maybe that doesn't tell me RAM. So it's like
Daddy?
Yes?
Okay, what you? Okay, ready.
Yeah, so I've got an M2 with a gigabyte. Hey! Camo Strike, thanks so much for subscribing. I've got a 3090. You can tell that I'm not a very computer savvy person here. Processor, CPU. How do you check your CPU again? System. So it's an i9 12900K with 32 gig of RAM. And then the 3090.
You're going to Chihuahua?
I have spent probably more than I... Well, I mean, I spent a lot of the channel revenue on the computer. I probably overspent, but I want it, like, on my old computer, if I needed to render a half-an-hour video, it took like 2 hours. Whereas on, like, my new computer, if I need to render a half-an-hour video, it takes like 10 minutes. And on my old computer, you couldn't do anything when you were video rendering. Right? Like, nothing. Even if you... Yes, sweetheart.
I can't watch you. I can't watch you.
I don't know what you're asking, mister. Are you done with Spidey? Yeah, so I couldn't even do any, like, I couldn't even open a web browser on my old computer while I was doing a video render, so it made the workflow really difficult. Whereas like my new computer, I can be rendering a video, I can still be making the thumbnail for that video, and I can still use the computer. I mean, it's a little bit slow, but like the old computer would literally have a heart attack if you tried to do anything else while it was rendering. There's no such thing as spending on the over... Well, that's what I thought. I figured if I spent a little bit more, then I probably wouldn't have to upgrade for like a decade. So that's kind of why I probably overspent a little bit. But then, do you know what? It came in really... it came in really handy to play Space Marine 2, because like some people in chat were saying like Space Marine 2 is crashing all the time on their computer, and my computer was just like, I can smash Space Marine 2, it's not a problem. How are you planning on playing the Power Fist and the Sword guy? I'm planning on choosing a Power Fist or a Sword, and then writing it on the, like my army list, you know, when you play at a tournament and you submit the army list. And then when I go to the tabletop, I will just tell my friend, or I'll tell my opponent, by the way, the guy with the Power Fist and the Sword actually just has the Power Fist, or actually just has the Sword. Because I kind of got bored of Games Workshop changing all the weapon options all the time. So I just, and because this is the Sergeant, I just thought it would be cool to make just 2 melee weapons, because let's face it, the pistols never really do much anyway. So I'm playing him, typically at the moment I'm always playing him with the Power Fist. But I thought I'd just model him with the Power Fist or the Sword, for in case some reason they change things. And he's got a pistol holster anyway, so if it's like a Power Fist and a pistol, I can just say, well, the pistol's in the holster, right? So, it's I guess the Sword is as much for decoration as anything, because at the moment you can't, not really using the Sword on him at the moment, technically. A decade is too ambitious. Well, like my last PC is the PC that Michael is actually watching. He's watching Spider-Man on Disney Plus right now, and that PC is 11 years old, and like it's lasted 11 years. I mean, I think it's a GeForce 970. So I mean, Google when a 970 came out, because I think it's 11 years ago. But yeah, it was at the end of its life. It's fine for sitting watching Disney Plus or something, but like if you try to play Space Marine 2 on that PC, it would have a heart attack. But yeah, maybe not a decade. Hello, Reki. Good morning. Any tips for collecting Blood Angels? What do you mean by tips for collecting? Like how to start your first army, Campbell? What's your question? I have a video coming out tomorrow about starting Blood Angels from the new box that they just released. That they released like on Saturday. I believe you can still buy it from Games Workshop if you didn't pick it up. But I've done a bunch of videos on like strong units for Blood Angels or best units. So the video that's coming out tomorrow, definitely worth a watch if you're just starting Blood Angels. I talk over a lot of different units, why they're good, why I rate them, how I kind of have like some list building principles in that video tomorrow as well. I think the box might still be sold out on the GW main site. Well, I know that it was not sold out on Element Games when I checked a few weeks ago. It depends on what part. It depends on what country you're in, I guess. It didn't. It definitely didn't sell out nearly as quick as some of those other fear of missing out boxes. But yeah, if you can elaborate, Campbell, on Camo Strike, I will try and elaborate on my answer. Your question is very generic. It's a big. I was going to say there's not like a simple answer on like this is the best tip for starting Blood Angels, right? Sauce Dude, good morning from Chicago. Never up this early to catch a stream. I'm never usually streaming this early. I'm usually at work, dude. I just need a little bit of a break or a little bit of me time. We had a big project coming up at work, and we didn't know when it was going to release. We kind of still don't know when it was going to release, but I'd been like holding on to a bunch of holidays because I didn't want to take the holidays if the project was going to release. So I was going to try and my boss is very good, right? Like if I want to roll my holidays into next year, he would have probably let me. So I was kind of holding on to the holiday days because I didn't really know what was happening with the project. But I think now the project is not going to be released when we thought it was. It's going to be a few months delayed, so I've been working pretty hard, so I thought maybe I'd just take a couple of days and get some painting done. Local shops still have the box. Iggy says, I'm really looking forward to the video. I'm a new player with only a few 1,000-point games and a combat patrol under my belt. All my lists have been built off your list videos. Oh, well, great. Then hopefully tomorrow's video is going to be right up your alleyway, Iggy. And it should hopefully enlighten you on like how I build my lists. And there is multiple ways to play Blood Angels. I play like a very combined arms approach. There's a much more like all melee approach. And the video tomorrow kind of covers both approaches. So try to cover everything, like so you can play your Blood Angels how you want to. I'll give you as much advice as I can on both different types of playstyle, I guess. So that's what's coming out tomorrow. If you like that video, make sure you thumbs up it and, you know, that sort of good stuff. YouTube algorithm crap. I just get all the models for Blood Angels since the meta shifts every 6 months, says Smithy. I mean, in ways you're not wrong, Smithy. The meta does shift every so often, right? Cloud says, got the new box. Can I put printed Death Company assault pads on the right shoulder since we've got normal Blood Angel shoulders on the sprue? Which I would put them on the left shoulder. I have no idea what I did with my Death Company. Let me check.
What?
These are some old Firstborn Death Company that I did. No, this isn't your guy, Michael. So I've got, on this one, I've got like a red shoulder on the left. No, on his right with a white one. And then one of these Death Company. But then on the very next guy, I've got the same. But then on this third guy, I guess because he's got those, I've got it different. So... Are you finished with this guy, are you?
I have awoken.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Hey, Dragon Master. Is that Dragon Master? Dragon Master? Thanks so much for subscribing. What units do you recommend to... Oh, I just missed that. What units do you recommend to add to the Death Company box? Since we're going to pick up a box from a local game store. That's in the video tomorrow, Camo Strike. I recommend... I basically build that starter Death Company box into two different 1,000-point lists and then like 2 different 2,000-point lists. So, if you watch that video, you should know which models I would recommend buying to get you going, or however you want to talk. No, it's not a holiday in the UK, but I am off work today. I took a holiday I took Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off this week because 1, I wanted to paint some of these damn assault intercessors, and 2, because I wanted to play Space Marine 2, Kevin. Space Marine 2 last night was a frickin' disaster. I died so many times. I mean, the YouTube video was accurately titled, which was like me dying repeatedly in Space Marine 2, but I named it before I actually realised that it was actually me just dying repeatedly over and over and over and over. It was bordering on embarrassing how often I died. Morning, Snail Spot. Jackstraw just finished reading The Tears of Rafaela. Short story. The Lamenters have always been my favourite chapter. I want to paint my new box as them, but I want to use the character models, so I'm so torn. I was going to say, couldn't you just use the new 2 characters as like chaplains with jump packs? When do you think we're getting the second half of the refresh? The rumour was 4 to 6 weeks away. So if the pre-order was like 2.5 weeks ago, then I think it's probably going to be like the first week of October, Zuriel, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, nobody really knows for sure, but we think early October, maybe. James says he just pre-ordered the new Blood Angels box. Don't own a single model yet. I've been re-listening to the detachment video over and over. Well, I got a new video coming out tomorrow, James, for people that bought that box that want to get started with Blood Angels, and how you can take that box and make it into somewhat of a competitive list. Francisco is saluting for some reason. Hello, Francisco. Saluting. Michael, don't climb on the chair. Come down, please. You little man are such a nightmare, aren't you? It's a paint pot, and you're not getting it because you're only 2. Okay? No climbing on the chair. Okay? The thing about a 2-year-old is literally tell them no. Oh, you found your model! There we go! I show everybody your Space Marine. Yeah? Look, everybody, here's Michael's Space Marine. That's your model, isn't it, Mike? Yeah, you were painting him.
I did paint him.
You did paint him, didn't you?
I did.
You did. Do you like him? Hello, Dragon Master. New Blood Angels player who just got the box. Should I set everything up as Death Company or do some regular assault intercept?
They are up high.
He was up high. Yeah, I put him up high so you weren't going to play with him when I wasn't around. I think you should build at least 1 squad of the guys on foot. He does have a backpack too, yes, Michael. Now, watch Spider... It doesn't come off, it's glued on.
Come on again. Alright,
you watch Spider-Man, right? Shh, please, let me concentrate on painting their eyes now, okay? I think you should build at least 1 squad of the Assault Intercessors on foot as Assault Intercessors on foot. If you don't have any of them, I would do that for sure. For the Death Company, you could easily make all 10, but Assault Intercessors on jump packs are also very good. So, but yeah, nobody really plays Death Company Marines or Death Company Intercessors on foot currently. So that's a bit of a quick...
What's that?
Right, Michael, please watch your Spider-Man program and pay attention, okay?
Look at that. It's bad, Daddy. It's bad.
You're being bad now. Be quiet and watch TV. Come on. Can you run Lamenters painted as Blood Angels? I mean, technically, it's not like the Lamenters have any chapter specific rules anymore, right? They're all gone. The wonders of parenthood, yeah, exactly. For the most part, it's good, isn't it? Man. Maybe I shouldn't be painting eyes when he's distracted me.
Look Daddy.
Look at what?
Can do that.
A new Blood Angels player, why wouldn't everyone play Death Company Assault Marines on foot? Not even with Chaplain and an Impulsor in the Repulsor. The reason that people don't play it is because if you attach a Firstborn... Sorry, not a Firstborn. If you attach a Captain to regular Assault Intercessors, he can be super powerful for Blood Angels. So people really like to... And I mean, attaching a Chaplain isn't the end of the world, but like the Chaplain doesn't bring too much, I guess. I guess we'll see shortly, but like the meta for Blood Angels was most definitely not Death Company Marines on foot, and it was Assault Intercessors on foot with a Captain. The reason being is the Captain gets devastating wounds, and the Assault Intercessors let you reroll your wound rolls. So you can fish for 6s, and obviously devastating wounds is very powerful. So, like, for example, in my lists, in the list I just... Do you know what? I haven't actually running that at the moment. But I was going to say, before I think a bunch of people... Yeah, I haven't running... I was running the Assault Intercessors with the Captain for a little while, but I changed to Company Heroes, and there's a bit of personal preference in there that... If you watch my channel long enough, you'll understand. I like durable units. And I prioritize sometimes durable units over damage dealing. The Company Heroes are a crazy durable unit and I really like them. But if we go back over like the last 6 months and we look at the meta, a bunch of Blood Angels players won tournaments with Assault Intercessors, Inside Impulsors, with Captains. Whereas I don't think anyone won any with Death Company Intercessors with Chaplains, right? So it's just what it can sometimes be what players perceive as strong, or what the top players perceive as strong, because like a lot of people copy what the top players are doing, right? Hello, Wah. We got an orc player in the house. How you doing? Hello, Burgosaurus. Good afternoon. I don't think Death Company will take off before someone cracks the secret code to make them good. That's kind of what I think, and there could be a secret code. Because sometimes units can be out in the meta sometimes units can be out for a long time before someone takes them to a tournament and starts winning every game with them, and then people are like, oh, of course, that's how you make that unit good. So there might be a secret code for those Death Company Intercessors. I just can't see it. And I guess we haven't seen it in any big events yet, so because of that, I'm not entirely sure what... Like, if I was going to build more Assault Intercessors... If I had no Assault Intercessors and no Death Company on foot, I would definitely make at least one squad Assault Intercessors, because I know that they have a genuine use that is perceived as very strong and very competitive. Whereas I don't think I know of a way that those Death Company on foot are being perceived as genuinely strong and competitive. Don't mention Company Heroes, I'm still salty. I painted mine as Dark Angels and the Codex messed me over. Yeah. I hate it when the Codexes do that. I bought the new Death Company box, which contains 10. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, regular Assault Intercessors are pretty good. Right? I mean, that's probably the reason that Death Company Intercessors don't get played, is because regular Assault Intercessors are very good. Now, here's the thing, you could literally just paint your 10 on foot Death Company Marines as regular assault intercessors. You don't have to make them Death Company, or hell, you can even paint them as Death Company and still just field them as regular assault intercessors. Right? There's nothing in the book that says regular assault intercessors can't be painted black. Right? That's not a rule. So, if you are making them, just make sure that you give yourself some way of fielding a squad of regular assault intercessors with the weapon options and stuff, right? For the record, I am actually building 5 Death Company on foot. With, I'm just building 5 because like S3N1X. How do we pronounce your name again, S3N1X? Because I have no idea. Like S3N1X says, someone might unlock the secret code, and if there is a secret code for those Death Company intercessors, then I want to be ready. But right now, I don't know what the secret code is. I don't know anyone that knows that secret code. Jaxel says regular assault intercessors are so good. Yeah, there's the reason that people probably won't run the Death Company ones, because the regular ones are just so good. And the regular ones are cheap. Like 75 points is cheap. Hello Harold. Hello Volcalar. Like the stream, mute the stream. Keep paying attention to my work meeting. Hello Katari, how you doing? Senix. Alright. I'll try and remember that. I think Death Company focused armies are going to be more of a thing now. In 8th and 9th, it was like a glass cannon list, while the points adjustment for Death Company with a chaplain could be quite good. I guess we'll see. As soon as like someone does really well in a tournament with a Death Company army, Benjamin, I will cover it on the channel. There was a question there, sorry, about Lamartes, I missed it. Brendan says, I picked up the FOMO box for Lamartes and Astaroth because I started 40k with them. I'm starting Death Company and the meta be damned. I'll finish 40k with Death Company. Alright, I thought there was a question there. No, you're just like, I'm gonna do Death Company. Well, Death Company are cool, man. The video I've got coming out tomorrow will actually tell you how you can build that starter box into like a pretty competitive list. But a pretty competitive list for me isn't all Death Company, I guess. Do you have any plans for Bladeguard Lieutenants or Terminators? My current list has got 6 Bladeguard being led by a chaplain in it, inside an Impulsor. I played it last week against the Death Guard. I thought it was very, very strong. In fact, I probably think it was my MVP from that game against Death Guard, the 6 Bladeguard led by the chaplain.
What's that?
That's your headphones, Michael. Are you wanting them back on, or are you taking them off?
What's that? What's that?
It's the cushion for your headphones, Mike.
A cushion?
Yeah, it's so that your ears don't get sore when you're wearing your headphones.
You wearing headphones?
Yeah, when you're wearing your headphones, your ears won't get sore. Do you want your headphones back on, or are you keeping them off? You can't hear Spidey if you've got them off. What do you want to do?
On.
You want them on? What you...
Going for
75 points for the free Power Fist and the Sergeant. You can't go wrong with that. Yeah, I guess you get a Plasma Pistol and the Sergeant as well. Assault Terminators with Chaplain seem legit at the moment. I think if you give the Chaplain the Fight First enhancement, I think you could almost do that, because one of the reasons my Bladeguard were so good is because I gave the Chaplain the Fight First enhancement. Do you prefer the Volk? I feel like the Volkite Pistol does nothing. Yeah, exactly. Power Fist and Plasma Pistol and the Sergeant. I have used that Volkite Pistol so many times in 10th edition now, and I feel like I can't remember it ever doing anything. In 9th edition, the Volkite Pistol was really good, because I think it got 2 shots. I think in 10th edition it just gets 1 shot. I really don't rate the Volkite Pistol at all. I mean, at least a Plasma Pistol, you Yeah, I think I'd probably take the plasma pistol. I think the Volkite pistol still has dev wounds, but it's like one shot, and you usually end up either missing or you're failing to wound. So I feel like most of the time the Volkite pistol does nothing, which is a pity because I feel like it was a really interesting and fun weapon in 9th edition, and now I just think it's rubbish. Is the Judasaur... Yeah, the Judasaur is still viable, 100%. He's a good character to lead the Bladeguard. I just think the Chaplain might be even better. If I start off with the new Blood Angels set, with the new Combat Patrol, it'd be a good addition plus Dante. I promise I'll watch your video coming out this week. Yeah, that's literally one of the things I'm going to recommend tomorrow, Rahul, is get the Combat Patrol and get Dante. So, yeah. It would be good, yeah. There'd be no... Dante is a good character. The new Sangre Guard are going to be cool models, regardless of... regardless of where the rules start. I think Games Workshop are going to want them to be competitive, so I think they will get some improvements. They might not be super competitive to begin with, but I think they will definitely get some improvements. So yeah, the new Combat Patrol and Dante are both good purchases. Can we use Power Fists on Terminator Sergeant now? Yes! You used to only be able to... for some weird reason, the Terminator Sergeant used to have to take the Power Sword. He does not need that anymore, Wazir. Welcome back to the game. The Chaplain with the Fight First enhancement feels more threatening than the Judasaur, says James. I think that's what I was noticing, James, right? Because the Chaplain with Fight First means that your whole unit that fights first is getting +1 to wound. So let's say someone charged your Terminators. Terminator's already Strength 8, right, with Power Fists. So you're going to get to roll all those Terminator attacks with a permanent +1 to wound. And then you can get the +1 attacks from the Savage Echoes stratagem now. I mean, you could even get +1 strength if you wanted to go to strength 9. But when someone charged my 6 Bladeguard last week, I think the Bladeguard got charged by a Plague Burst Crawler. So like a strength... I think Plague Burst Crawlers are toughness 12? I can't remember. I mean, he charged the Bladeguard with a Plague Burst Crawler. The Bladeguard just ate the Plague Burst Crawler alive because of the +1 to wound. And then the next turn, the Bladeguard went forward and ate a bloat drone, I think it was. And then the next turn after that, they went forward and ate something else. And at the end of the game, I think there was still some Bladeguard left, and they'd killed like 400 or 500 points worth of stuff, and they were just a general nuisance. I like the Judasaur attached to the Bladeguard, but I just think basically because Blood Angels now can attach that Fight First to one character. If you attach that Fight First to a Chaplain, then you get a lot of strength out of it, right? And it doesn't have to be necessarily it doesn't necessarily even need to be a Bladeguard squad. It could be a Death Company squad, right? Any squad you attach that to that can have a Chaplain leading them. It means when you get charged, you're fighting first. You're potentially getting +1 attack from your Savage Echo stratagem. You're potentially getting +1 strength from your Savage Echo strat, and then you're getting +1 to wound from the Chaplain. I think it's just genuinely very strong. One of the reasons it works so well on Bladeguard is because Bladeguard can natively reroll hits of 1. So you can do that as well. So they charge your Bladeguard. You get to hit. You get 30 attacks. You get 30 attacks. Strength 6. +1 to wound. AP 2 damage. And you're rerolling 1s to hit. I mean, that'll wound anything, right? The Plague Burst Crawler is T10? Yeah, so against a Plague Burst Crawler, the Bladeguard will wound on 4s. And you're hitting them 23 times statistically. So the Plague Burst Crawler charged me, I'm hitting it 23 times and wounding on 4-ups. So what is he going to take? And statistically, he's got to take 11.5 saves at -2. So statistically, he fails 5.75. So the Bladeguard do 11.5 damage to the Plagueburst Crawler. If I remember correctly, Plagueburst Crawlers have 12 wounds. So statistically, if he tries to tank shock the Bladeguard, led by the Chaplain, they knock 11.5 wounds off the Plagueburst Crawler, and then I've still got my Chaplain to attack. The Chaplain's going to get like 6 attacks at the same strength 6, AP 1, 2 damage each. So like, you can't even tank shock them. They'll kill your tank from full health. And that's what happened last week. He tried to tank shock the Bladeguard. I think he maybe did like 2 mortal wounds, and then I just killed his tank outright. And then I actually used the consolidation to move on to the objective or something nuts afterwards. So yeah, I do think like a captain with the Sangre Guard fight first is going to be pretty cool as well. But I think the Bladeguard might surprise some people. The damage output they're going to get with the +1 to wound is pretty sexy. +1 to wound coupled with the +2 strength and +1 attacks feels like a game changer for Bladeguard. It helps a lot, man. But it's also the fact that it's +1 to wound when you are charged, and that's the big thing, right? Because normally we don't get the +1 when we're charged. Because we can't get Lance when we are being charged normally. I go big with my Bladeguard and the Judiciar in an Impulsor, and I have 5 Terminators with either a Chaplain or Librarian with Fight First. That's a lot of Fight First for someone to deal with. That's true. And the Bladeguard are still okay. I mean, if anything, they're better now, right? Because with the Fight First, they at least have a strat now that can buff them up, because they didn't have that before. So yeah, I guess Bladeguard are even... Bladeguard with the Judiciar are better than they were before, and they were already pretty strong, I feel like. Afternoon, Banjo, how you doing? Do we think 2 times 10-man bricks of Death Company led by Astron and Lamartis is going to be meta? I don't think so, because I think 10-man bricks of models are very difficult to play, man. They're susceptible to blast, they're hard to rapid ingress, they're also hard to hide. And it's a big investment, right? I could be wrong, I suppose it depends on how cheap Death Company are. But like when they were 400 points for that big, because it used to be Lamartis plus 10 Death Company were like 400 points. So if you're going to spend 800 points on 2 units, I've seen that entire squad of Lamartis plus the 10 get wiped out in 1 turn of shooting. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I feel like they're going to be super awesome, because like I said, they are still vulnerable. There's still certain armies out there that will crucify them. I don't genuinely recommend you take Lamartez with only 5 Death Company. I feel like it's too much of a... Like, I feel like he's too expensive to do that, but I guess we'll see. He's only T4, 4 wounds, so he doesn't really have much survivability. Hello, Adramont. I'm not seeing you in a few minutes. How you doing? Hey Dwayne, how you doing? Phil apparently can fit 11 Terminators anywhere. Art of War said most of the Blood Angels lists are 3 times 400 point Death Company bricks. Did they really say that? Who said that? Jat or someone else? I tell you right now, El Marto, I wouldn't run that.
Pink Goblin.
Green Goblin?
No, Pink Goblin. You said Pink Goblin.
You said Pink Goblin? Michael likes Green Goblin. Any thoughts on Brutalis and Redemptors? Do you know what? I haven't covered the Dreadnoughts for a long time. I think the Redemptors are too expensive, man. Like, I don't really know what they're supposed to be good at for the cost that you spend on them. If we go back, like, one edition, Redemptors were like 175 points, and I think they were okay-ish at like 175. But back when they were 175 points, their plasma was pretty good against vehicles.
I can't see it. I can't see it. And
Now their plasma is kind of garbage against vehicles. And they're so expensive, like 200 and some points. I've got 3 Redemptor Dreadnoughts, and I magnetized 2 of them to give myself options, but I just don't see myself playing them, I guess. It's just so expensive, and I don't know what they're good against. That's the thing. I think they went up in points because like Iron Storm were abusing them, or Black Templars were abusing them. But like for Blood Angels, I don't know. The Brutalis Dreadnought, maybe. I mean, in some ways, someone was talking about it in chat the other night, saying that like technically the Brutalis Dreadnought's been buffed for Blood Angels, and that like we can advance and charge the Brutalis Dreadnought, right? So if you want an advancing, charging Dreadnought that can do like 12 mortal wounds, then the Brutalis could be that thing. And the Brutalis is a reasonable point cost, like it's 260. The Death Company Dreadnought in the Codex is like 220 points. It's batshit crazy, man. I don't even think I'd consider... I think the Brutalis is maybe the... I think it's better, maybe? Just because of the amount of mortal wounds it will do in the charge? So I don't know if the... Like, I think the Death Company Dreadnought's like 50 points too expensive. I think it has to be at least competitive with the Brutalis if it wants to get play. I think, anyway? It doesn't even have better rules than the Brutalis. Yeah, exactly, James. Exactly. Like, the rules for the Brutalis might actually even be better. So why is it 60 points more expensive? There's no reason for it to be. I mean, the only thing it's got going for it is a Feel No Pain. Is a Feel No Pain on 12 wounds worth 60 points? I don't think so. You're gonna get your... Yeah, I hope Astaroth does more than 2 mortal wounds for you as well. I'm sure it was just a... It was a freak accident. I'm sure he's gonna do better next time I play him. What are you doing, Mike?
I lost us. I need us.
You need your headphones off?
Yeah.
Well, you won't be able to hear Spidey then. Are you all done watching Spidey?
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna put this little man downstairs to see my wife, I guess. You've done well, Michael. How long have you been live?
1 minute.
Hour and 10 minutes. You've done well.
2 minutes.
2 little man. No, I mean you're the little man. Come here. You're getting big though, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right, show me this. Show me him under the magnifying glass. Hold him. Yeah, put him under here so you can see him big. Whoa, is he big?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are you gonna paint him again? Yeah? Did you have fun painting him?
Yeah.
Yeah, what colour is he?
Red.
He's red, isn't he? Is he like Daddy's models?
Yeah.
Alright, you gonna go downstairs for a little bit?
Yeah.
Come on then.
But
I'll be back in a minute, guys. Right, hold my hand, please. know you can do it, but...
I don't need time because I am a big boy.
Okay.
Come in, Daddy. Okay.
Hello, hello, hello. Do you actually run Redemptor Dreadnoughts in your lists at the moment, Bill? What happened? No. What? She did a poo this morning. I'm sorry about that, love. I didn't realize. I didn't smell poo. You did on a stealth poo, apparently. Wife just put her finger straight into it. I'd like to see Blood Angels versus World Eaters with the new rules. I can probably get World Eaters on the channel. Never experienced haptic triggers before. What does haptic triggers mean, Volkahar? I own 3 Redemptors, 2 Ballistuses, and 2 Brutalises now. So I'm fairly getting a collection of those Primaris Primaris Dreadnoughts, I guess. Primaris Dreadnoughts? Yeah, I guess that's what you call them. I think the problem, Austin, is like, if people can avoid shooting the Death Company Dreadnought, they will avoid shooting it, right? which means like its special rule only triggers if your opponent's dumb, right? Because here's the thing, right? Like if I have an enemy Death Company Dreadnought running at me, I either have to shoot it with something that can kill it outright or not shoot it at all. And I feel like your opponent will know that, and they can try and do that. So if they've got a unit with a bunch of las cannons on it, they'll try and take it out, but they're not going to shoot it with like a unit with bolters. So like basically your opponent is in control whether or not you get the special power from your Death Company Dreadnought. And I think rules that like that don't get triggered as much as you think they might get triggered. For example, like there's that rule on the tactical warsuit, which is like if anyone shoots a Phobos unit near your tactical warsuit. Long nap, thanks so much for subscribing. Anyone shoots your tactical warsuit Phobos unit, or sorry, anyone shoots Phobos units within 6 inches of your tactical warsuit can shoot back. Well, I mean, at that point, people just won't shoot the Phobos units, right? They're like, oh, I'll just choose another target so you don't get to use that special rule. I don't know. Your Dread will survive if it doesn't get one shot. Yeah, I think that's exactly what will happen. People either try and one-shot that Dreadnought, or they won't shoot it at all. And at that point, would you not just be better off with an advancing, charging Ballistus Dreadnought? Hard to say, right? I certainly don't think it's worth 60 points. The Death Company one. Or 60 points more. Black Rage is a sweet ability. I mean, it's not bad. I do think a 6-up Feel No Pain is I run 2 Brutalis and 2 Land Raiders. Really makes my opponent choose their targets. Yeah, I was running 2 Land Raiders until I came up against Knights, and then I felt like it's a bit of a liability into Knights, right? Don't get me wrong, I like Land Raiders. If the Land Raider had like a 4-up Invuln save, I would run it more often. Maybe even a 5-up Invuln save, but when you fight Knights, it's just like a really bad feeling when they hit all your Land Raiders with like -4 or -5 stuff, and it's just like, oh my god, what am I supposed to do against this? Harold says the Jump Pack Intercessor is such a great kit. I do like the kit, I must admit. I just wish they'd put more specific Death Company parts to it, right? Less tactical rocks. I don't mind the tactical rocks too much. Some of them have pretty small tactical rocks. That's what I noticed, right? Like it's quite weird that like some of them are quite tall, but some of them barely have any tactical rock. Uh, 10-man units are just notoriously hard to protect, and they take up a lot of real estate. It's hard to like. So if your opponent is shooting 10-man units with blast, then every blast weapon gets what, plus 2 extra shots against them just because it's a big squad. So there's a negative around that. Then there's negative around if you're going to deep strike them. It's hard to find the space to put 10 bodies on the battlefield in an ideal position because they need such a large amount of space. And then I was going to say the other thing I think with 10-man units is there's usually, like, Warhammer 40k is a game of trading, right? Like, you always want to make good trades. So, like, in my tournament list, I was running, like, the 5-man Death Company with the Chaplain, which is, like, 215 points. So, like, you can throw that unit away into an enemy unit to die if that enemy unit costs anywhere in the region of, like, 200 points. You know, because it's like, well, if I lose this one unit but manage to take out a really deadly opponent unit that costs 200 points, it's a good trade. I think it's hard sometimes to trade with 400-point units. Because, like, sometimes... Yes, occasionally, yes, you can trade brilliantly. Like a 400-point unit will smash into another 400-point unit, and you kill it. But most of your opponents are probably only going to have like 1 or 2 400-point units. At least, like, if we go back to my tournament list, I only had one unit that was like 400 points. All my units are like 200 points, right? So if you've got 2 400-point units, at some point in the battle, you're going to have to commit that 400-point unit forward, and Death Company are a melee unit, so you're going to have to commit that melee unit, possibly into the open or something, to kill one of my 200-point units. At that point, I can then maybe mop your 400-point unit up with another unit next turn and take no losses, so you just traded 400 points for 200 points, and I have a 200-point net swing there, right? So I think it's just generally hard to run lots of big, giant units, because you always need to be making good trades, because 40k is a game of trading. It's a turn-based game, really. After playing Space Marine 2, the jump intercessors have grown on me. I only played that one level where you... Oh, you... No, I suppose you can play jump intercessors in PvP quite a lot. But yeah, so I think it's... If you... Like, that list that they were talking about where they've got 3 400-point units, that's generally quite hard to make trades with. Because your opponent's not going to be fielding 3 400-point units, not for the most part anyway, I wouldn't have thought. And the second that one 400-point unit fails to do what it needs to do, let's say it doesn't even trade, let's say it doesn't even kill like a 200, 300-point unit, and then your opponent just mops it up. Then it's very difficult to come back. You can, you know, you're also putting a lot of your eggs into 1 or 2 baskets. You know, like I use a lot of 80-point units on my list. My tournament list had like 7 or 8 units that are all 80 points. Well, sometimes, like, I can throw away any of those units. Like, I can just throw them away into a bad situation or something if it means it's going to score me some points, because, like, I don't feel like I've lost that much. Like, if I lose 2 80-point units in turn 1, it's fine. Not a problem. I can still go on and win the game. If I lose a 400-point unit in turn 1, I'm starting to get worried straight away in turn 1, right? The Sanguinar looks like he might be taken more often. The Sanguinar gets taken a lot in competitive play, man. I just don't run him. Kevin says he misses 7-man Sangri Guard squads. Well, we're going to get 6-man back, Kevin. I mean, I guess they just need to figure out the actual points of them, right? To make them competitive. But we are getting 6-man Sangri Guard back, which is cool. The paint's a little bit too watery, actually. Yeah, I think 7-man Sangri Guard plus Dante is going to be strong. I just hope that they get I hope they can figure out the points cost for it, because right now I think it's too expensive. I don't think it's massively too expensive, but maybe like 10% too expensive, right? I can't decide if running multiple Sangard in a host is a trap. I thought... Did you see my video on that host, Jaco? Because I kind of thought that maybe the way to do that host detachment might be like 1 6-man Sangari Guard and 2 3-man. But mainly, like you said, to use that stratagem that the Sangari Guard get full hits and wound rerolls, right? I really don't know what's going to be. I haven't played the Angelic Host yet. I'm probably not going to play it for a little while. I'm going to be focusing on the LEG detachment. I think I already had like somewhat of a decent LEG list, so I'd like to take it to an event, a tournament, and see how we get on. Would Sanguinius's model be a good proxy? I think he's on the same size base now, right? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Sanguinius's model you'd be modeling a little bit for disadvantage because he's so much bigger. You'd be making it a little bit easier for your opponent, but then I guess he's got lone ops, so it probably wouldn't matter that much. Because you would argue if they're within 12 to shoot you, they can probably see you, right? Man, these guys have got so much detail. Is the Sanguinier on a 40mm base now? I believe all the new characters are on 40mm bases. At least Astaroth is definitely, and Lamartis is definitely. I'm running Assault Terminators and a gunship. You're a brave man. I think they did the Storm Raven a little bit dirty. I think it's way overcosted. Maybe it's not overcosted for like Dark Angels or whatever faction we're abusing it, Iron Hands, but I think for Blood Angels I feel like the Storm Raven's way too expensive. A little bit sad because I've got a Storm Raven, but there hasn't been a reason to field it for the longest time. Iron Hands abused the Storm Raven. Goddamn Iron Hands. It's always the Iron Hands that gets the armor nerfed, isn't it? Those friggin' Iron Hands. Right, Dante's on a 50mm base, so the Sanguiner might be 50. I never even thought about that. Yeah, Dante is on a 50. And what does Sanguinius for Horus Heresy come on? Is he on like a... I think he might be on a 60, right? I don't have that model, I must admit. I was kind of holding on the slim hope that they would release Sanguinius for 40k, you know? Wishful thinking, I guess. Excuse me. What are you gonna? Are you just gonna make your own Sanguine, or using like another model? Are you? Hawk Tour, yeah, yeah. It does get quite warm in here sometimes with all the lights on and stuff. When I was playing Space Marine last night, I guess because my computer's having to deal with all the... I think Space Marine 2 is quite an intensive game, actually. My room was like roasting, and graphics card is kicking out a ton of heat. I've got one last Games Workshop Death Mask waiting for my Sanguiner model. Really, it's just the head that's funny looking. I've close enough Death Masks I'll print for the Sanguinary I think I saw some very cool Death Masks in those grey tie bits, man. Yeah, my old computer was a potato and it definitely wouldn't have handled Space Marine 2. Yeah, I kind of thought that they were going to honestly make the Sanguinor into some sort of demi-Primarch type being. I really thought they were going to use this refresh as a way to give us the equivalent of a Primarch. It's been a little while since we had the Lion, right? He was the last Imperial Primarch? Or Loyalist Primarch, rather. It's weird that they left references to like the Librarian Dreadnought in Mephiston, and Corbolo in the Codex though. I find that quite weird. I was looking at the Codex last night. Like on page 20, there's a bit about Furioso Dreadnoughts and Librarian Dreadnoughts and Brother Corbolo on like page 20 of the Codex. I don't know if they're trying to rub salt in the wound or what they're doing there. Hope you have a wonderful day too, Skylar. Thanks for hanging out. Do I stick any ranged anti-tank in my list? Yes, every single list I put ranged anti-tank in my list. The stuff that I've been running the most commonly are Ballistus Dreadnoughts and Predator Destructors. I've run a Repulsor quite a bit as well, though. A single Gladiator Lancer I don't recommend. I'm actually going to cover that tomorrow in tomorrow's tactics video as well. I find like a single tank on its own never performs all that well. People used to have a rule of thumb with Dreadnoughts. They used to say if you had one Dreadnought people used to say, what was it? It was like subtract the number of dreadnoughts you have by 1. So like 1 dreadnought is the equivalent, because in turn 1 you could lose that target. If you lose that target in turn 1, then you can't really rely. So I think that's why people always used to say for like dreadnoughts, always have a. So if you really want to have 1 dreadnought in your list, you need 2. So yeah, but I've played against a few people that have a single Gladiator Lancer, and honestly, it's one of those things that if I come up against a single Gladiator Lancer, for the most part, I'm actually happy, because I feel like that's not an optimal list if you only have 1 Gladiator Lancer. Like, it doesn't, like a single Lancer does not scare me at all. 2 though, there's just something intrinsically different about having 2. Like 2 Lancers, I'm worried. Single Lancer, I'm like, I'm all good. I've almost given all this model his. I've almost done all the base colours. Almost. So I guess once I've done all the base colours, they'll maybe be at like 40%. So then I have to do all the colours again, the second coat. Then I have to do all the recess washing. So we're making some progress at least. How's 2 Ballistus Dreadnoughts for anti-tank? Ballistus Dreadnoughts are an interesting one in that they're super cheap, right? Having 4 las cannons between the 2 of them with a bunch of baked-in rerolls, and then having like 4 crack missiles between the 2 of them and a bunch of baked-in rerolls, it's not bad. Like, for the points you play, I think it's pretty good. My tournament winning list had 1 Ballistus Dreadnought in it. He can also tank shock, which has been made better as well. He does have the T10 and 2-up save. I mean, I think for 140 points, I think the Ballistus is definitely a competitive unit for 140 points. The video I've got coming out tomorrow probably recommends you could go double Gladiator Lancer, but I did say in that video that you are double Ballistus is totally fine as well. I think that would be the bare, like if you're going to run a combined Arms Blood Angels list, I think that would be the bare minimum. Hey love. Oh sorry, it was up here. Everything okay?
Yeah, my hands are cold all the time. I have anything dry or something.
Want some gloves, love? You got gloves? I'll say it's getting cold at Scotland. Winter is coming. Winter is coming, love. Can you tell I'm a bit of a troll? 1 Lancer can hurt you. 2 Lancers will kill a vehicle every turn. Yeah, but I think 1 Lancer will 50-50. Sometimes it will hurt you, sometimes it will do nothing. And I think that's the reason that I wouldn't run a single Lancer. Because when it all comes down to when you need something to happen, right? Like if you play a lot of tournaments, you'll be in a turn in a tournament where you need something to happen. Like, I need to kill this unit to win the game. And you've got 1 Lancer, which means you've got a 50-50 chance of killing it. You got 2 Lancers, you don't have a 100% chance of killing it, but you've got like 80-90% chance of killing it, right? And I think that's what it comes down to. And someone said, I actually hadn't really noticed until I did the video breaking down my tournament list, but someone said there's like a lot of reliability, like lists that can do really well actually have 2 of like a lot of different units. And when you broke down my tournament list, right, it was like I had 2 Death Company, I had 2 Assault Intercessors with jump packs, I had 2 Outriders, I had 2 Did I say death? Yeah, so it was 2 Death Company, 2 Outriders, 2 Assault Intercessors with jump packs, 2 Predator Destructors. So basically, like, half my list is like 2s. So in any situation where I need those things, I can lose one of them and still have some reliability, right? And you are going to lose units in 40k. Like that's a god-given thing that will happen every turn. You will lose units, right? I am north of the wall. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's cold, man. I know my wife's like, you shouldn't need to wear gloves in the house, but like, ever since the war in Russia, the heating bills in the UK have skyrocketed, I guess. But I think we used to get like, some of our, I think it was natural gas or something. Maybe it was oil. I think we used to get something from a pipeline that came from Russia, and I guess that pipeline got turned off or something. I don't know. Prices skyrocketed since the war in Russia, anyway. I still actually don't think it's that cold, but I guess my wife's feeling the cold. But yeah, so lists with a lot of 2s builds in like a degree of reliability or a degree of redundancy, I guess. I didn't even realize when I was building the list I had 2 of so many things like that. It just sort of, I was building a list and I was tweaking it and I felt it was very strong, and then it wasn't until later, some down the line, someone was like, you have 2 of a lot of things in your list. And I was like, oh yeah, I have. And they're like, lists with 2s typically do well, right? I wish you could drop the rockets on the ballistas for a fist and have it like the classic Dread. That would have been cool, I suppose. I don't mind the rockets. I think they're somewhat versatile, and there's some matchups they're really good against. Like, I played against Orcs at that tournament, and he had like, you know, 20-man squads of boys. Well, my strength 5 crack missiles were pretty good. 2d6 shots plus blast was 4 extra shots. So minimum 6, maximum 16 from the frag missiles. Pretty good at killing orcs. Ukraine admitted to destroying the pipeline. Well, I think I'm honestly not a politics person, Francisco, and I don't really want to get into politics on the channel, but yeah, regardless, I guess energy bills here in the UK are they're not as crazy as they were, but they were crazy. I honestly, as well, man, it's like 2024. I kind of think to myself, like, at what point in human history can we stop having wars with each other? Like, when can we be evolved enough to not have wars? In general, like any war anywhere. Like, surely we can. Come on. Like, we can't fix stuff without having a war. I don't know, man. It's like that scene in Terminator 2 where it's like the 2 kids are like shooting each other, and the one kid's like, "I got you," and then John Connor says to Arnold Schwarzenegger, "Is like, we're going to destroy ourselves, aren't we, humans?" And he's like, I don't know. He's from the future, so he knows. He's like, yes, humans will inevitably destroy themselves or some shit, you know? It's like, come on. When the aliens come, yeah, when High Fleet Leviathan comes, we'll be forced to reunite. Yeah, Nemo, you're right. Oh, it's election season in the US. Yes, it is as well. So we shouldn't talk about politics. And I know nothing about American politics, so. But let's leave the politics at the door, I guess. But yeah, I do think we shouldn't be having wars. Come on. That's like a no-brainer for me. Okay, what's next? I just took grey paint out, so I must have felt like there was a reason to get grey paint. What's this for? Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Okay. if Scotland wants its independence back, it will need to be through war. Yeah, I mean, apparently Scotland are quite happy to vote against their own independence, man. Well, you know what? When you said that, it just reminded me of that quote from the first Star Wars movie, where like Padme's like, "I will not condone a course of action that will lead our people to war." That's how I feel about it. I was trying to think what movie that was from. It's been a long time since I watched Phantom Menace. What an awesome movie that was, huh? How many years did we wait for Phantom Menace? 83 to 99? Breaking news, the Necrons are discovered deep under the ground of Earth. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Those damn Necrons. That's how the original Dawn of War game started, wasn't it? I watched yesterday Valrak saying, or it wasn't. Well, Valrak made a video about it, but it was on the Space Marine Twitter post that they said that they had 2 million sales already on Space Marine 2, which I think is massive. That's a crazy amount of sales for like an IP-based game, especially like a science fiction one. I would have thought, because 40k is science fiction, right? The 2 million sales on the Space Marine game. Valrak was getting excited. He was saying like, oh well, maybe that means that we could get someone to come in and actually do like another Dawn of War game, like they could. I honestly think they could have rebooted the first Dawn of War game, because the first one was great. But yeah, regardless, it's very positive. It's a very positive time for Warhammer 40,000. That's very cool. Your rugby club mates are texting you for lower clarifications on the Space Marine 2. That's pretty neat. You know, when I was a kid at school, I was like, I wouldn't say shunned, but I was definitely like one of those geeks that didn't have that many friends, right? Like I mean, I had friends. I maybe had like 5 or 6 close friends, but I definitely wasn't like popular. And it's funny that like all these years later, all the shit that I love is like now super popular. It's like, it feels like a bit of vindication there, if that makes sense. Vindication! Every time I say vindication, do you guys watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine? I can't help but hear Captain Holt. I love Captain Holt. So sad that he passed away, I think it was earlier this year. Andre, I forget his last name, it's Andre something. Every time I hear the word vindication, there's just that scene where he's like, vindication! I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I'm so sad it's finished. Space Marine 2 is all over social media now. Yeah. I mean, I've been seeing it. But I mean, I was following Focus Entertainment for a while there anyway. But, yeah, it was... What was his... No, it wasn't Gallagher. That's not it. I feel like it begins with a P. What paint are you using for the blood drops? Gene Stealer Pink, I think it's called. Let me check. No, not Gene Stealer Pink. Screamer Pink? Yeah, Screamer Pink. Sometimes I'll do blood drops in red. Sometimes I'll do them in pink. Sometimes I'll jump around, but like on the same model, I might have some pink blood drops. I might have some red ones. So it's like I do a bit of, give it a bit of variety, I guess, a bit of both. This pot of Dawnstone is just about finished, so this paint is... don't drop the model, John. Do you know what? I never really watched superhero stuff when I was a kid, but I really enjoyed the Marvel stuff. But I think Marvel might have struggled. Like, I think Endgame was don't get me wrong, like, I liked those Avengers movies. I mean, I think Endgame was a great movie. I think Endgame was the second one, right? With the time travel and stuff. Yeah, because I think the first one was called Infinity War, right? But I was speaking to Kev, who's a huge Marvel fan, and we were saying, like, Endgame had everybody. You know, like, it had Iron Man, it had Thor, it had Captain America, it had Hulk, it had everybody. So, like, when they go from a movie that's got everybody down to just, like, one person again, you know, like, now this next movie is just, like, Black Panther 2. I was saying to Kev, like, that would just, like, Black Panther 2 was always gonna really, that'd be like having a Star Wars movie and then saying the next movie's only about Han Solo, and then you expect everybody to go see it, but most people, like half the people that watch Star Wars were interested in Luke Skywalker, or half the people that watch Star Wars were interested in Princess Leia. So of course, if you just make a movie, like, apparently, I think they've cancelled it now, but they were going to be making a movie, or they were making like a Disney Plus series about Lando. Well, I mean, that's great if you like Lando, but I mean, he was only in the movies. Lando's not in the original trilogy all that much, right? He's in that end scene in Empire Strikes Back, and then he probably only has like 20 more minutes of screen time in the entire trilogy, if I remember correctly, right? So Lando Calrissian, although he's a cool character, he is a bit character at best. So I think they have now cancelled the fact that they were going to do a Lando Calrissian series or whatever, but there was a chance that that series would just bomb because, not because any other reason, but he's a bit character, right? And I think that's the thing that they're maybe struggling with like Star Wars and Marvel recently. I haven't watched, but then you know what? We've barely been to the cinema recently because we've got very young family, and when you have very young family, you always need to have babysitting and shit like that. So it could just be I could just be in the place in my life where we've been to the cinema like 5 times in the last 2 years. No, not even less. We've been to the cinema like 3 times in the last 2 years, whereas like in the previous years when I had no kids, you go to the cinema 10 times a year. So maybe it's just me. But I do get the feeling that people, like Marvel has been struggling, Disney has been struggling. Sorry, not Disney, Star Wars has been struggling, and it was like, well, yeah, because all these things that people really want to see, you're not putting them in the movies. Because, of course, it would struggle if, you know. Deadpool was the only post-Marvel movie I've enjoyed besides Spider-Man. I liked the Spider-Man when they brought back all 3 Spideys, I must admit. I like Doctor Strange too. I think that's post... Doctor Strange 2 was post... what was it called? Multiverse of Madness? Was Spider-Man not in that one? Or what? Or was the bad... I feel like I did see it. I actually like the Ant-Man one with Kang as the bad guy, but obviously they've had to pivot away from that. That's like saying no one will be interested in Paul McCartney's solo stuff. I'm not saying no one will be interested. I'm just trying to say that it would have been hard to follow that up, right? Because if you've got a movie that is so epic, like Endgame, and Endgame was pretty epic. That's like, because before the MCU, I didn't really know much about half those characters. I still thought Endgame was an awesome... Like, someone who's, like, my only experience of Marvel, like... bar reading, like, let's say 5 Spider-Man comics when I was a kid, was like seeing the MCU movies, and like I was excited to see every new one, and I thought Endgame was awesome, and it was big, and it was a spectacle and all that sort of stuff. So I just think it was always going to be hard to follow that up, I guess. I don't know why I'm on this mad tangent, but Multiverse of Madness doesn't get enough credit. I thought that was a good movie. But then I really love Benedict Cumberbatch. I think he's a great actor. Yeah, I really like that Marvel. He was in No Way Home as well. Maybe one of the reasons I like that. Cinemas are a treat for most family. That's fair as well. Cinema has got so expensive, right? Like, if you go to the cinema now, well, quite often, I used to not buy, I used to not buy movies because of, like, streaming services and stuff like that, but now I do buy movies. And the way I justify buying a movie to my wife is I basically say to her, like, if we were going to go to the cinema with the kids, this would cost, like, twice as much as buying the movie. And then if the kids like it, they can watch it again, right? So it's like we've bought more DVDs in the last, or well, we don't buy DVDs, we buy Blu-rays, but you can get Blu-rays these days for like $5, $10. And we've been buying Blu-rays because I actually see it as like a way better deal because the cinema's so bloody expensive. Hey, BB Gun Bandit 77. That's an interesting name. Welcome to the channel. Thanks so much for subscribing. Family of 4, popcorn and drinks is like $100 in the US. Yeah, I mean, we'd probably be like 60 or 70, which I think we're like 1.3 to the, so like 1.3 UK pounds is an American dollar. So yeah, I mean, it might not be quite 100 here. It might be like 80 or 90. But yeah, it would still be, like if I can pick up a Blu-ray on Amazon Prime. No, not Amazon Prime. Yeah, Amazon Prime, where they just ship it for free. If I can pick up like the Blu-ray. In fact, I actually picked up the whole trilogy of How to Train Your Dragon for my daughter because she'd seen one of them on Netflix. I think Netflix is quite weird, right? Like, they have How to Train Your Dragon 2, but they don't have 3 or number 1. So my daughter had watched a bit of number 2 and I was like, are you enjoying this? She's like, yeah. And I was like, alright, let me see if it's on Amazon Prime. And it was like all 3 Blu-rays. So like How to Train Your Dragon 1, 2 and 3 for like $12. So I was like, yeah, I'll get that. And then my daughter can have 3 movies which you can watch multiple times. That's like $4 a movie, right? I mean, like I said, it's cool to go to the cinema, but when it costs $100, crazy. Are you a fan of Aliens? Yes. Do you know what? If I did not have kids, I would have 100% gone and seen Romulus. Aliens, like the second one, the one that's just called Aliens, basically Aliens 2, is like one of my all-time favorite movies, man. There's so many brilliant one-liners in that movie. It's also got some of my favorite actors in that movie. I love Michael Biehn, who played Kyle Reese in the original Terminator. I actually think it's quite criminal he didn't get to be in more movies, because I think he was brilliant in Aliens, he was brilliant in Terminator, and he was also really good in The Abyss, which is a less watched movie, but it is a James Cameron movie. It was a big movie. He was in Mandalorian for like one episode. He was like a bounty hunter or something. Again, I think he deserved more. I love Michael Biehn. I think he's a great actor. Growing up, Terminator and Aliens were my jam. So yeah, I would have loved to see Romulus. I'll buy it on Blu-ray when it comes out. I haven't bought... I know that they've just released Aliens on Blu-ray as well, like in the last 6 months, but I haven't bought it yet because I was kind of... They always do this, right? They release it on 4K Blu-ray, they wait for you to buy it, and then they release it on Steelbook. And because Aliens is one of my all-time favourite movies, I haven't bought it. I'm going to wait and see if they do I'll wait like a year and see if they do a Steelbook release, and then if they don't do the Steelbook release, I guess I'll pick up the regular Blu-ray for like $10-15. Michael Biehn was in that, man. And he was amazing in the movie Tombstone. What is Tombstone? I don't think I've seen that either. But I love him. I think he was great in Aliens. And the best bit in that whole movie is when he's like, Ripley's like, the only thing I'm gonna paraphrase because it's been like 5 years, maybe even like 10 years since I've seen Aliens. The bit when he's like, the only way to be sure, or Ripley's like, the only way to be sure is to take off and nuke them from orbit. And then Burke's like, he can't make that decision, he's a grunt. And then he's like, I think the best thing we can do is take off and nuke them from orbit. There was also some other brilliant quotes, like the bit where he pulls out the shotgun and he's like, I like to keep this handy for close encounters or something like that. That was brilliant. Tombstone. Alright, I'm gonna have to find out Tombstone. What is Tombstone? Tell me. It's a Western. Oh, really? Okay. Never heard of it. I heard a rumor that they were apparently starting to figure out about another Terminator movie. Every time they do a Terminator movie these days, it performs badly and Arnold Schwarzenegger says he's done with Terminator. And then like 5 years later, I guess some new studio comes in with a budget and Arnold Schwarzenegger is interested in it because there's a big budget. And it's like, oh, I'm going to do a new Terminator movie. I think he's going to do that until he's basically CGI'd. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger must be in his 70s now, is he? I was going to say, he did Pumping Iron in like 83 or something, and I think he was like 30 in Pumping Iron. Maybe a little bit younger, maybe like 25. Go on then, without looking on Wikipedia, how old is Arnold Schwarzenegger? I'm going to say he's 72, I'm guessing. Someone will check Wikipedia for us.
I have awoken.
Hey Tarzan, thank you so much for 40 months of subscription. He's 77, are you shitting me? No way, man. Bloody hell. So we're gonna get one more bad Terminator movie. 77, eh? I mean, he looks old, but I don't know if he looks old enough to be 77, does he? I guess it helps when you work out every day of your life. You look younger than you are. He needs all the work he can get for the alimony. Yeah, I love Arnie. He did so many great movies in the 80s and 90s, didn't he? Duriel, thank you so much for the gifted 5 memberships, dude. You're a superstar. I do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. It's from all the fitness and roids. Did he do steroids or did he just do a shitload of fitness? Because I feel like he won Mr. Universe enough times that you probably... Are you allowed to do steroids and win Mr. Universe? I feel like you're probably not, right? Like, you have to do that. You have to do that legitimately. Thank you very much, Zuriel. That's very kind of you. I do appreciate it.
I have awoken.
Did a heap of steroids, did he? Yeah, good point. New members, please join our Discord. You get access to the members only room. You're very welcome.
I have awoken.
I didn't know if steroids would be classed as cheating. I don't know if they can, you know, like in the cycling, they can check if you've been like doping your blood and stuff. I wasn't sure if they could check if you've been using steroids and if it was if it got classed as cheating or whatever. Guess you learn something every day. Steroids are apparently notoriously bad for your heart though, right? So like maybe I was going to say 77, maybe he doesn't have as many years as I think he's got because apparently steroids cause you to build muscle, but they don't they're not like, yes, you can inject the steroids into your arms, but it doesn't just, you know, the steroids in your system at that point. And apparently the side effect of steroids is that the muscle also gets built on your heart or something, so it can cause you like heart problems. I don't really know what these little things are on the jump packs, but I've just decided that I'm painting them black. Yeah, human growth hormones increase your muscle growth, which includes your heart. Yeah, and I believe that's supposed to be really bad for your heart, right? I didn't realize that Arnie was a steroid user, but because quite a few wrestlers that did steroids died early because I guess too much muscles in their heart causes like heart attacks. Nowadays you'll get disqualified, whereas back in the day you didn't get disqualified. Okay, makes sense, I guess. Good that they put some regulations in for that now. I noticed as well, talking about movies, if you do collect movies, if you do love old like 80s, 90s movies, Escape from New York by John Carpenter, which is a brilliant movie, is getting a 4K Steelbook release. I believe it's already out in America. It's not out here yet in the UK because I googled it yesterday. But I follow a website that talks about like 4K Steelbooks, and one of the ones that it was talking about yesterday was like John Carpenter's Escape from New York is coming out on a 4K re-release. It's out in America already, I believe, like $45. I don't know if that's a good price for a 4K movie, but that's probably like $35, which is kind of what we pay here for a 4K movie when it's brand new. But yeah, I have 2 John Carpenter movies on 4K. The Thing, which is like one of my favourite movies, and They Live, which I think is also an awesome movie. So I was thinking if they do the 4K re-release of Escape from New York, I might have to investigate that. Oh, I just put a big bit of black on his chainsword. God damn it. That's not right. That's not going to come off there, is it? Nope. Oh well, that'll be another coat of yellow on there. They Live isn't a movie. Well, that's why I've got the giant They Live poster behind me, right? Obey! Yeah, I'm going to do hazard stripes on it. All my assault intercessors with chainswords have hazard stripes, so I was planning on doing that. I just find it's easier to paint them all yellow first and do the hazard stripes after, because obviously the yellow coverage over black is terrible, whereas black coverage over yellow is kind of easy. Where's the music from? White Bat Audio. Google. Sorry, not Google. Yeah, I do hazard stripes, Austin. I was going to say, just go into YouTube and search white, like the color white, bat, like the animal, audio. He's got an entire channel. I think he's got like 100,000 subscribers. He does a ton of royalty-free music. I use it on basically any music you hear on my channel will be from White Bat Audio. Maybe not any music, but 90% of the music. I before I found out about him, I did buy the odd track here or there, like to use royalty free or whatever. What I was actually going to do is I was going to actually paint these little don't know what they're called, the little flaps on the jetpacks. I want to start Blood Angel's army. I've already purchased Commander Dante and I want to build the army around him. I'm a big fan of the Death Company. Do you have any tips for me? You should buy the new Death Company box that's literally come out like this week. It's probably not going to be in stock for too much longer, dude. Some places are out of stock already, but if you can get your hands on it, that would be a great place to start. And I've got a video coming out tomorrow about how you can use Dante and that box to get started with Blood Angels. The video, do you know what? I don't think I've titled the video yet. Have I titled the video yet? I don't think I have. I can show you the thumbnail because I already made the thumbnail. I just haven't released the video yet. So the thumbnail is going to look something like this. So starting Blood Angels from the Death Company box. So that video is coming out tomorrow. It will probably answer a boatload of your questions. Well, I mean, if it doesn't, it means I made a crap video. I think it will. I think it will help a lot of people to get started. I don't really know what you do with those flaps, but they're fine. They're painted black now. You're more than welcome. But yeah, have a look for that Death Company box. If you're interested in doing Death Company, that's honestly probably going to be where you want to start. Where are you located, dude? Are you in the UK or are you in abroad? The Combat Patrol is going to be useful as well, yeah. I have a lot of Blood Angel stuff and I'm probably still going to buy the Combat Patrol. Because I think it will end up being cheaper long term, potentially. How would you build a jump pack, Captain? Oh, you are in England. Okay, hold on. Let me... Michael, what are you doing? Hold on, my 2-year-old's shouting. What's happening? What are you doing? Don't climb on the stairgate, please. She'll be down in a minute, okay? Right, hold on. Who has a link to the starter box for Blood Angels? Does Element Games still have it in stock? Oh yeah, look, Element Games still has it in stock, dude. Let me send you a referral link. Michael, stop bashing the stairgate, please. There you go, I put the link in chat. That's the box that a lot of people are getting to get started with Blood Angels.
Michael! Put it...
If you are going to be starting Blood Angels, then that's probably... The video I've got coming out tomorrow is based around using that box to get started to work towards your first competitive list. Here's the title, 2K Blood Angels from FOMO to Full Army. Yeah, I try and sometimes write a title like that, Sam, and then I honestly ask ChatGPT for 50 titles, and then I use GPT to try and get me something that's like more clickable or more exciting than the crappy titles that I write. Captain should be magnetized. A jump captain, what can he take at the moment? A plasma pistol and a power fist are probably the most meta options, I feel like. Do you think the old combat patrol is worth picking up? What's in the old combat patrol? Is it the one with the impulsor and the aggressors, or is it something else? But yeah, Element Game have 10 of them in stock, so if you're still struggling to get the Fear of Missing Out box, and I don't think they'll restock that box, man. So like once it's gone, it's gone basically. Is it worth 145? Probably. You get I was gonna say you get like 10 assault intercessors in there that probably you would pay 50 for. You get 10 jump intercessors in there, you pay another 50 for. You get 2 characters, you pay another 50 for. You get the new codex, you pay 30 for, and then you get a Dreadnought. Yeah, so there's probably well worth over 200 bucks of models in that box, and the codex. So you're basically saving like 25% minimum probably buying that box, I would say. Impulsor for the Bladeguard and the Chaplain is probably ideal. So infiltrators are good, impulsors are good. Aggressors, librarian, and intercessors are nothing special, I would say. I occasionally run regular intercessors, but not that often. I'm not really a fan of the librarian on his own. I don't really run him ever. And then aggressors are a weird one, right? There's been a few times in the last couple of years where aggressors have been very strong, but they've been nerfed every time they've been strong very, very quickly. So aggressors right now, I feel like they're fine. I wouldn't say they're uncompetitive, but I wouldn't say they're overly competitive either. But I feel like there has been times in the last couple of years where aggressors have been very, very good, and they've had like kind of radical rule changes every edition to try and, I guess, just change them up or make them good. I don't know how you'd classify it, but I feel like having some aggressors ready to go is probably not the worst thing. I feel like they may actually come back around and be competitive again at some point. But yeah, like look at the price of an impulsor and then compare it to the combat patrol. You're probably like the combat patrol is probably very good value if you had to buy an impulsor. There's a place in Germany that's got a lot of stock. Yeah, but I think, like I said, I don't think any place will get restocked. So when those boxes are gone, they will be gone for good, right? Aggressors are bread and butter for normal Marines. I guess if you're playing Gladius to Task Force, they are good, right? Blood Angels can use Gladius Task Force. I did run aggressors to tournament using Gladius Task Force. Yeah, so aggressors are not too bad, I guess, right? Regular intercessors, the librarian, kind of take it or leave those, though, I think. I was gonna say, if you guys get 1 or 2 seconds today while you're watching or while you're free, if you could click the like button on the video, that would help me out loads. Do appreciate it. I'm trying to grow the channel to 20,000 subscribers. It's easier said than done, I guess. So, any video you like or enjoy, or any question that I answer that helps you out, I would appreciate it if you wouldn't mind pressing like. Inceptors are where it's at. I liked Inceptors before they got that last points hike, man. It was quite a big hike, right? They used to be 110 for 3, they put them up to 130 for 3. I mean, they're just 3 wounds, toughness 5, 130 for 3 is a lot, man. I mean, I don't dislike them, I just think they're very expensive. How have I been enjoying Space Marine 2? I have been enjoying it a lot, man. Do you know what? I'll tell you, because Steam will tell me how many hours I've put into it. I haven't played a game in ages. Apparently I've played 13.4 hours, which I think is a lot. Because if I go to my last 2 weeks of play, yeah, like, I haven't really played anything else. So I've got 13.4 hours on Space Marine 2. I think it only came out like a week ago, maybe last weekend. So yeah, I've played it a lot. I'm enjoying both the campaign and the multiplayer. I'm kind of hoping to be able to continue my playthrough in the campaign tonight, but we'll see. We'll have to see on that. How are you enjoying it, Mac? When I'm playing through the campaign though, all I keep thinking is like, I feel like their graphics engine and stuff is good enough now where like we don't need any more upgrades to like graphics and stuff like that. What I want to see them do is just make other campaigns for other chapters, right? Like, could we get a Blood Angel story? Hell, could we even get like a Heretic story just using the same engine and the because I think their technology for the game is pretty ace. So I think like use that technology and make like tons of like, if it's sold 2 million, like can we get everybody to buy like a, you know, like do more stories and stuff like that? I don't know. I don't know what would all be involved with the developers doing all that, but I feel like the game engine is in such a good place that it would just be like, you don't need to make any more graphical improvements, you don't need to make any more game engine stuff, just give us more stories. You're hooked. Couldn't you take the normal intercessors and kitbash them into Death Company with guns? You could make them into Death Company with guns, yeah. I mean, they're not super competitive. You could also try and make those regular intercessors into assault intercessors. And that wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, because we know assault intercessors are very good and useful for Blood Angels. So maybe that's what I would do, actually. Yeah, so I guess like if you can get the current combat patrol, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, yeah. I was thinking last night about commissioning another impulsor, because I only have one impulsor, and I do think that they're very, very good right now. I haven't worked out quite my next tournament list, but I always like to have options, and the second impulsor would be options, right? What's everyone's thoughts on the Death Company Brutalis? I think if you run it as the regular Brutalis right now, it's good. I don't think anyone's overly sold on the Death Company Brutalis, but it's hard to tell because no one's really used it yet. Mac Perry turned both of his gladiators into impulsors. I was thinking of doing this. I was thinking of doing another gladiator and have it built so I can lift the top off and make it into an impulsor. Yeah. I think that would be somewhat cool. I put so much work into posing my Death Company Brutalis, I really hope it gets a points decrease. Well, if it doesn't get the points decrease, just run it as the regular Brutalis, man. I mean, it's still going to get advance and charge for Blood Angels, which arguably is pretty cool, right? Brandon, that's exactly what I was saying. A DLC campaign for Space Marine 2 where it's the devastation of Baal and you're the Blood Angels. I'm ready. Like I said, they already got all the Tyranids made, right? All those monsters exist within the game, so it wouldn't even be like they would be making the monsters again. And arguably, they already have all the Space Marine armor as well made. So it would just be about making story and doing voiceover and stuff. Devastation of Baal in that engine would be super cool. It's a pity we couldn't, like, try and get the developers to do like a Kickstarter for that, right? You know, like where it's like, we the Blood Angels community would like to do this and we're willing to kickstart it because we think it would be epic. But I don't think I don't think that would be possible. I don't even know how you would go about asking for that, but I think it would be dope. At the end of the month, you're going to a tournament with a Tau player playing Retribution Cadre. That's all the fusion and the battle suits, isn't it? What do you think the hardest matchup would be? That's a really tough question, man, because like you're going to be up against teams of 2 as well, right? With like any any 2 combinations in the entirety of 40k against you. You don't make it easy for me, Nemo, do you? That's not like a difficult question to answer or anything. That's like the ultimate what if question. I mean, I honestly have no idea, dude. There'll be some weird combo that I've not even thought about where you'll ally 2 things together and it'll be broken as all hell. I don't know, man. What do you think it'll be, Nemo? Are you worried about any combos? Yeah, it's the rabbit hole question, yeah. It is a rabbit hole question. Yeah, I don't even know if I can answer it, man. I don't ever play doubles as well, you know that, right? Like in the 7 years I've been back playing 40k, I've not played a single game of doubles. The only team tournament I went to was still like everybody's still playing their own army at 2,000 points and you play as teams of 3, but it's not like you're on the board at the same time with anyone else. Hey Marius, how you doing? Yeah, I was cracking it yesterday. I mean, it's only a matter of time before my kids come home from nursery though, so I'm not going to get as much done probably as I wanted. That is the way of the world. Thousand Suns paired with anything terrifies me. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say Thousand Suns are the friggin' nemesis of Blood Angels, or nemesis of everything at the moment. Thousand Suns with something that's gonna counter you on melee. So like, orcs and 1,000 Suns. Because the orcs are just gonna make it difficult for you to get to the 1,000 Suns, they're gonna flood the board. Would it even fit the bill for a Space Marine game? Horde primary enemy, then we'd get to fight on Baal Primaris as the Flesh Tearers, Knights of Blood. I would love to see more campaigns in Space Marine 2. That's all I'm saying. The game is great, the graphics are great. I hope the game has done what they hoped it would do, like, for it to be successful for them. I hope it's a big success. I hope they make DLC campaigns. I don't know what else I can really say except I hope that it's been really successful for them. Hey Kev, yeah, I've got assault intercessors to paint, Kev, apparently. I actually have fuckloads of Blood Angel stuff to do, so I'm not even going to get nearly as much as... Because I haven't actually been able to sit down, like... I was planning on hobbying, like, the entire day, but the spanner was thrown in the works when my wife wanted me to do gardening this morning. And I was like, oh, yeah, I got my FOMO box. And I mean, like, the way... I could have argued that I didn't want to do the gardening. But... happy wife, happy life, right? So I spent like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours gardening this morning. I mean, the garden does look much better, but would I have rather just cracked on and try and get further with assault intercessors? Probably. I'm hoping that I have some child-free time again tomorrow, though, so I'd like to get... I think that these guys are almost 50% done now. I think I've almost got all the base colours done on them. So I'm pretty much almost ready to start doing second coats. In fact, I've done some second coats, right? Like, I've done a second coat in this guy's shoulder pad. So if I get one more thin coat where it needs to be, then we can get to washing.
I have awoken.
For the Most High. Oh, dude, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. I do really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's always nice to see new Blood Angels players. I did not take vacation to do the gardening, Scenics. Yeah, pretty much. I did. I feel like I didn't take the vacation off to mow the friggin' lawn, man. But hey. The lawn is done for another year. Grass doesn't really grow in Scotland from now till next summer, right? It gets too cold. I believe it needs to be 8 degrees for grass to grow. I think that's when it starts growing. I think we're at the point in Scotland where it's like 8 or 9 degrees every day. So like 1 or 2 more weeks and like the grass will just stop growing until the new year. So that's good at least. So I can get 6 months off doing gardening. Jeremy says you are so lucky we have to mow every week, dude. Where the hell are you? Every week. At that point I just rip up all my grass and put down concrete. In the summer we probably have to do every 2 or 3 weeks, but like I said, it's getting pretty cold already, so the grass will stop growing. Probably till like April next year. North Carolina. Okay, you're just above Florida, right? Or like 2 states above Florida. It still grows every week there as well. Wow. I believe Scotland is on the same latitude. Is latitude the up and down one and longitude? Which one's up and down? Is it longitude or latitude? I can never remember. It's been a long time since I did geography. I can't even spell longitude. Longitude, yeah. Scotland's on the same longitude as like New York. Maybe even a little bit more north than New York. Our neighbours are obsessed with their garden as well. I mean, their garden looks a lot nicer than ours, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm one of these people that takes that much pleasure. You know what I take pleasure out of? Stomping people with well-painted miniatures. I don't take pleasure out of a friggin' strawberry plant or whatever is in the garden. Marius, I need to get you through for a battle report sometime, by the way. We haven't had Ultramarines on the channel in the longest friggin' time. I think it's because the Ultramarines, let's be fair here, they're a little bit scared of the Blood Angels, you know? I mean, I know you've got Rabute and all that, but like, come on. We've got Dante. While Rabute was sleeping for like 1,000 years, Dante was out there kicking ass. He's got more, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just want you to come and play on the channel at some point, because we never got to play at the GT, man. I think it'd be fun. We could even do a weekend or something, you let me know. Longitude is for long hair? Okay, what does that even mean, soft dude? Oh, I mean, it's cool you'll have Blood Angels, but I really do want to play Ultramarines. So, here's a weird thing. So Ultramarines didn't get a Codex last edition. They just basically had, like, their characters are in Codex Space Marine. So I guess the same thing happens this edition? Like, Ultramarines do not get a Codex. They just get their characters in the Space Marines, and then they get Gladius as their, like, the default detachment, I guess. I feel like they're doing Ultramarines a little bit dirty here, right? Like, their detachment in, like, 8th edition was really good. I mean, 8th edition is 5... No, not quite 5. Like, 4.5 years ago since 8th edition. If I remember correctly, they had the detachment where in 8th edition you were allowed to fall back and shoot. I think you automatically passed leadership tests or something. And then the other thing that you had was you counted as standing still even if you moved. Which was actually really, really good for aggressors in 8th edition. Because aggressors had that rule where it was like, if you stand still, you can shoot twice. And as Ultramarines, because you had that rule where it was like you were allowed to move and count as standing still, your aggressors could move and then shoot twice. So aggressors were nightmarish to deal with for Ultramarines in 8th edition. But I felt like you were like a legit, really strong army in 8th edition, because that was terrifying. And I think Gilliman gave you like a reroll aura of 1s and stuff as well. So your aggressors got an absolute boatload of shots. I remember playing Collins Ultramarines in 8th. And like when he lined up at the table, man, I remember him telling me he had 18 aggressors and each aggressor, I think, had like 9 shots, and if they stood still, it doubled, so it was 18. So he had 6 times 18, which is like 90 something. 6 18s, yeah, 90. So each unit of aggressors could move and shoot 90 bolt gun shots. And that so he had that. So that was like 270 bolt gun shots, and then he had like 2 squads of Centurions with Gilliman, and he had the bolters on them as well. And then I feel like he had something else, because I remember he said to me, like, when we lined up at the tabletop, I was like, you feel, you know, like, I was sort of having the banter, like, you feeling confident about this game, Colin? And he's like, I have 700 bolter shots per turn in my list. And I was like, you have what? He's like, I get to shoot I need to get to shoot 700 bolters every turn. And I was like, oh my god. And he won that game, right? Like, I don't know if he won it by a lot, because obviously I play around terrain a lot and hide and stuff. But he did win. And I feel like if you built a list like that, Ultramarines were genuinely scary in 8th edition, and then like in 9th edition you just didn't get anything, it felt like. And then in 10th edition it's like, what, you're not even getting a codex, so you're just using Gladius? I don't think Gladius is a bad detachment, but I don't think it should be the Ultramarine detachment. Like, I think they should have their own exciting detachment. 72 shots per 6? Was that what it was? Okay, sorry, I thought it was more. I guess it would be more now. It's hard to remember 4.5 years ago, but I remember it was an obscene number of bolter shots, and because he had Gilliman, he was able to reroll, like, I think Gilliman let you reroll hits and wounds back in 8th edition or something. It was not, or was it? I think they nerfed it. I think it was reroll hits and wounds of 1. I think something like that. And you could swap 3 units at the start of the battle. You could move them around. Is the Captain and Gravis armor a good choice for Blood Angels? I wouldn't say it's a meta choice right now. If you're running aggressors, he's an okay character. But Blood Angels aren't really hugely big on aggressors at the moment. So yeah, I mean, I have a Captain in Gravis. He's painted Blood Angels, but I haven't fielded him in like 6 months. And I feel like I'm in no giant rush to... like, it doesn't feel meaningful enough to be like, oh yeah, this Captain in Gravis armor's kick-ass, right? I mean, he feels fine, but nothing amazing. He's kind of for going with aggressors. And because we don't see too many aggressors for Blood Angels at the moment, then I guess he doesn't get too much play. If you are running aggressors, I mean, he does give them some decent buffs, and aggressors aren't a bad unit with their twin-link power fists. Yes, sweetheart. Yeah, I feel a little bit sad for you. I feel like Ultramarines deserve more. I think if it was me, I would be annoyed that we're just like, we're lumped into the default and we don't even get like a cool detachment just for us. I feel like you deserve a detachment just for yourselves. I mean, I guess you've got a Primarch. It made you miss your 8th edition aggressors? Yeah, I used aggressors a lot in 8th edition. I thought they were good for Blood Angels, honestly. Oh, would a Gravis Captain lead? Yeah, literally only aggressors, I think. I mean, you can read Eradicators as well, but I think if you want to lead Eradicators, you'll probably be more likely to lead them with the Apothecary because you get the lethal hits. And lethal hits on those melta-guns is pretty nasty. You're upset that Dark Angels get all your strengths, and then they get their own stuff as well. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, especially when Ultramarines are like such the poster boys, aren't they? I don't really understand it. They did those Codex supplements. You remember those? Like the smaller books for like Black Templars and White Scars and all that sort of good stuff. I feel like Ultramarines, I feel like they deserve it. I don't know why they don't get it, honestly. The supplement book is really nice. That was the last standalone book we had. Was that 8th edition? I think it was 8th, right? And I think it was early 8th edition. That's why I'm struggling to remember, because I think you were one of the first to get your book in 8th edition. So if it was at the start of 8th edition, it's more like 6 or 7 years ago. I thought Ultramarines were a really popular faction. Like, why are they so ignored, or why are they so cast aside? I don't get it. I think that's why people were upset when like the Votan were coming out, because people were like, why are you adding more armies when my army is so neglected? Or at least it feels like my army is so neglected. Yeah, beginning of 8th. Tenth would have been so good to have, considering all revolves around leaders. Yeah. I just remember at one point, I think it must have been in the middle of 8th, Ultramarines felt so scary to have to play against. And I just don't know if I have that feeling about them since then. But yeah, I would actually really like to play a game against Ultramarines just because it's been so long. But you just have to bring your A game, Marius. Kick me while I'm down. At least we have a kick-ass video game now. You do, man. I really hope that they develop this game over the next 6 months. I had a look at the... I mean, the roadmap looks okay, but I really hope they do a little bit more than what's on the roadmap. It seems like it's doing really well, though. I'm glad we figured out the voice over IP last night, because I didn't even realise voice over IP was in the game. Yeah, I don't really Colin Solo's Ultramarines, you're right, yeah, Kev. I don't really go around telling people that I do YouTube, I guess, like I just do it quietly. You got 6 people watching on Twitch. I never get people watching on Twitch. It must be because I'm streaming during the day. That must be when everybody's at work, supposed to be working, Kev, and they just sit and watch on Twitch, huh? Hello, Twitch viewers. Thank you so much for watching today. I appreciate it. I feel like I think these guys. I'm going to do a second coat of yellow on all the yellow. The yellow hasn't been very good so far, so I'll probably do a coat of yellow, and then I actually wanted to do the tactical rocks. Probably going to do that Mechanicus standard grey. There's no water. I still have my category set to Space Marine 2, so people came to watch Space Marine 2, that's funny. I hope to play some more Space Marine 2 tonight, honestly. I'd really like to get past that bit we were stuck at last night, that was brutal. So I want to do the tactical rocks, I want to do the yellow. What was the other thing I was thinking I want to do? I need to do a second coat on all that brown, and I really can't be bothered with that right now. I need to do it though. I felt like there was something else I wanted to do. Hold on. What have I missed? Oh, this bit at the front of the bolter. Yeah. I want Mephiston red. Stephen won his first RTT running Blood Angels. Your advice has been useful. Thank you so much, Stephen. I'm glad to hear that you won your first event. It's tough to win an event, man. Well done. For the Most High says, I'm a Dark Angels player, but after Dante helping us when the Lion returned, I've really got into the Blood Angels and would love to field them alongside my Dark Angels. How cool. Welcome to the channel, For the Most High. I do appreciate you becoming a member. Have I played against Astra Militarum? How was it? I had a horrible game against Astra Militarum at a tournament where this was before they nerfed the reinforcement strat, and every single time I killed a unit of 20 guys, he paid 1 CP and brought them back to life, and he did that 5 times in the game, or 4 times in the game maybe, and his list already had like 260 guardsmen. So basically I ended up playing a game where the game was basically like a duck hunt. Remember those old arcade games where you're just shooting the ducks? It was basically like just gunning down guardsmen for 5 turns, and I lost the game because he just flooded every objective with fucking 50 guardsmen. There's two ways that you play Astra Militarum, I believe. You either play them as massive amounts of infantry, or you play them as massive amounts of tanks. And both are pretty difficult for Blood Angels to deal with, apparently. Because the infantry trade really, really well, because every squad has like plasma pistols and not plasma pistols, yeah, plasma guns. Every squad has like rapid fire plasma guns, and the Death Corps are so difficult to take down. So yeah, I have played Astra Militarum. I played them at a tournament. I mean, I've played them on the channel as well. I can't remember. I think Andrew played Astra Militarum against me a few times. Maybe Miles played them once as well. So I think I've got a few battle reports on the channel against Astra Militarum, and then I've also got a breakdown of that horrible tournament game. There is a big Astra Militarum channel on YouTube. It's called Mordian Glory, I think. Mordian Glory, something like that. And he watched my video complaining about playing against the list that had like 300 guardsmen in it, and he just laughed at me the whole time. To be fair, it was a pretty funny video because he was just laughing at my I don't know, unfortunate. I wasn't upset he made the video. It was a funny video because he was just laughing at like, oh my god, he killed like 50 guardsmen and then he scored no points, and then he killed another 60 guardsmen and he scored no points. But yeah, so Imperial Guard, they can be difficult for Blood Angels to deal with, that's for sure, yeah. What was your question about why? What was your question about that? Sorry. Like, why have I played them? What's the question? Mac, you are asking about the loadout. Get ready to take a screenshot, Mac. This video is coming out tomorrow. This is how I would load them out. I have the video coming out at 1 PM UK time tomorrow, so 21 hours from now. I've made like 30 slides telling you how to build that new box, how to build it into competitive army list. Sorry, I think I said Mac. I meant Martin. Did you manage to grab a screenshot, Martin? Inceptors feel like they do really well against Astra Militarum. I think they're too expensive, man, because Astra Militarum, you won't kill enough. And I think if they're running all those infantry, you just don't kill enough infantry. I think that's the problem. Remember, the Death Corps of Krieg have a 5-up Feel No Pain. So it's like a 20-man squad with a 5-up Feel No Pain. I think they can get 3-up save as well. So even if you roll a couple of 6s and let's say make 15 hits from the bolters, the heavy bolters. So let's say you make 15 hits from those heavy bolters. That's really good rolling, actually, because you only get 9 shots. So that's like 6 hits, and then you rolled like 3 6s for another 9 from sustained or something. So if you made 15 hits, they would save half of them. So 7.5, and then they feel no pain against the other ones. So like 3 Inceptors kill 5 Guardsmen or something. Right, that was 130 points. You've killed like 40 points of Guardsmen. It's a really tough matchup. I don't think I actually had Inceptors in that tournament game against them. I think I ended up not even shooting them and just dropping the Inceptors in within 3 inches and doing like teleport homers or something, because I was like, that's the better way I can get points here. Ball Predators, Gladiator Reapers, Ballistus Dreadnoughts. I had a Ballistus Dreadnought in that game as well. It didn't do very well. I think I rolled really badly on the number of shots from the frag missiles. And again, the 5-up Feel No Pain, and again, the crazy armor save they can get in cover, because I think Death Corps start with like a 5-up save, but I think they can be ordered to get a +1 to their save, and then they can be in cover, so they can basically be on a 3-up save. So even if you've got like that 2d6 shots from the Ballistus Dreadnought, you'll be lucky to kill 5 Guardsmen. Vanguard Veterans are good with Guard. Yeah, I mean, the best unit I had for killing the Guardsmen was the Death Company. Because all the chainswords and all the power fists kill them very effectively. But here's the thing. No one really run Death Company with hand flamers, and that would have been the best way for that game. Like, if all my Death Company had hand flamers, I could have hand flamered half their squad away, and then I could have charged the rest. But all my Death Company were fielded with Infernal Pistols, right? Because 9 times out of 10, you want an Infernal Pistol over a hand flamer, surely. So yeah, it was but here's the thing, since then, all Infantry Guard has been nerfed. Because I think you can only do that 20-man reinforcement strat once per game now. Whereas when I played it at the tournament, he was able to do it every turn. So basically, he was able to bring back 60 extra Guardsmen that I guess you can't do that anymore. So maybe it's not as problematic as it was. But when you could do it, my god, was it was obnoxious and problematic. Yeah, how many times can you play in reinforcements now, right? It's like once per game, is it? But yeah, reinforcements every turn was just ridiculous. It was so obnoxious. It was so depressing as well. You had to put so much in to kill one squad of Guardsmen, and you'd be like, okay, I'll just resurrect the whole squad for 1 CP. Like, what? Yeah, once per game. Yeah, I mean that changes everything massively, right? I probably actually would have won that tournament game if we went back now, if he wasn't able to dump another 60 bodies on the table, because I think the score was like, I think I'd scored 80. I think he maybe scored the full 100 though. Maybe I wouldn't have won it, but maybe it would have been a hell of a lot closer. I did break it all down. The video's there on the channel if you want to watch it and laugh at me. All the horde helps now too. Yeah, I mean, I guess that wasn't a secondary that existed back then either, I suppose. Yeah, you're right. Vanguard veterans would be very good against them. Death Company were really good against them as well. Just at that point in my list, I didn't have enough Death Company. Certainly not enough Death Company to deal with 320 models and be able to survive the fight back. That was the real issue, right? I just remembered Repulsor has like 20 bolters strapped on them. They have a defensive array, which is 18 shots at strength 4. I mean, it will kill guardsmen, that's for sure. I had a Repulsor in that list as well, to be honest with you. I had some Eradicators in that list, though, and if there's one thing that Eradicators are not good at, it is dealing with Horde armies. They're like the worst unit in the game for dealing with Horde armies, right? So my Eradicators, that was like a horrifically bad matchup for them, and I think I had 6. But here's the thing, you're going to a tournament, you don't know what you're going to face. When I came up against Chaos Knights, having 6 Eradicators was pretty useful. But yeah, against the Horde's Guardsmen, it couldn't have been worse. Meanwhile, Space Marine 2 Melta's arrays. I haven't used the Melta yet in Space Marine 2. I didn't realise that I could have used it at the point I was stuck at last night. So my plan tonight is to play some Space Marine 2, hopefully later on maybe, and use the Melta gun and get past the stupid bit that I was stuck. I was stuck at a bit last night for like an hour, man. Playing on the hardest difficulty has been a real challenge. Certainly felt like I've got my money's worth out of the game though, right? Because people were saying the campaign was too short. I'm not even halfway through. Probably put like 8 hours into the campaign. It's friggin' nails. I finished the latter's 50% of the game with the Melta Rifle and Thunderhammer. Shoot gun 2-3 times in melee, the elites to death. It's still hard to do. Yeah. How far into the game? Like, don't give me any spoilers, but I only just got to the second planet. How far into the game is that? Is that like I feel like I don't know how far I'm in. Who's better, Astaroth or Lamartez? Lamartez is a defensive character. As in, he's going to make your unit survive longer. Astaroth is an offensive character in that he's going to make you kill more stuff. I would say... I mean, there's 5 points difference between them. I would say on paper they're very, like... I think their balance is very similar. You just have to decide what you want. You want to be more survivable? Take Lamartez. You want to do more damage? Take Astaroth. So, like, what does your list need? Does it need a more survivable unit? Or does it need more damage output? I don't think you can say categorically one is better than the other. There's 6 missions total. Okay, so I think I'm starting mission 4, or I think I'm in a little bit into mission 4. Okay. So I guess if you were playing on like the easiest mode, then yeah, maybe the campaign is a little bit short. I don't feel like Death Company are meant to survive, says Germany. I mean, they're not. They're categorically not meant to survive. But like when you're playing in a tournament and you need a unit to set an objective that's survivable, then that's when you need to decide if they're surviving. I don't know if they've updated the lore, but it used to be that at the end of every battle they all died, right? How's going the painting? Painting's going. These guys actually have quite a lot of detail on them. I would say I'm almost at 40% with these guys. I'm about to start doing some second coats of paint, which means I'm about 40% into this. Which feels... I feel like I don't feel like I'm going necessarily slow, but I feel like these have been a slow model for me to do for some reason. Slow squad to do. So I feel like I'm probably at like 15 hours on these guys or something, maybe. I don't know how I've spent 15 hours and I'm only just getting to the second coat, but that's where we're at, man. I think maybe because I haven't been painting so much and so long that I feel like maybe I've been going a bit slower. I don't know. Progress is fine though. It's good to make progress. I am making progress. Not every time. Oh yeah, this chaplain can herd some of the survivors back and they put them in stasis, don't they, until the next battle. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so the Death Company they don't always die. That's true. But yeah, I do think Death Company with Lamartez are, like, the -1 damage is pretty strong into some armies. Or some matchups, the -1 damage can be pretty meaningful. There was some lore about Death Company Dreadnoughts tiring themselves out. Okay. I don't think I ever remember reading that, but I will take your word for it, 100%. It would make sense, right? They're not gonna jump in front of a Death Company Dreadnought and be like, "Hello, we're ready to take you back to stasis." I'm gonna go get some more water in a minute. Let's start on these tactical walks. This pot of paint looks like it's seen better days. Look at that. This is why Games Workshop pots of paint suck. Like, what is that? It's just like a bit of jelly. I was gonna say, do you think I can even mix some water with that and make it turn it back into paint? I don't know. It might just be jelly. Yeah, I think that's a lost cause. God, I think there's a lot of jelly in this pot. God! I hate these pots of paint, man. I'm gonna put some water in. I'm gonna shake it seriously. If there was one thing I would love, it would be if Games Workshop would put their paints into dropper bottles like this. I know you can transfer them yourself, but who's got time for that nonsense? Not me. I think this paint is actually dead. Completely dead. God damn it. I've had it a while, but still, it's annoying to lose. Like, look how much paint I lose. Like, look at that. Like a third of the paint tub, honestly. I'm not going to try and save it. Mechanica Standard Grey. Pays to be prepared. Right, maybe it's some water, I'll be right back. probably good enough, isn't it? Can you not lock it in the future? Oh. Did you ever try the Black Legion contrast? For what, Marius? Sorry. You actually think adding medium to that will fix that, or do you think it's dead? I mean, I've got some medium. I think it's dead, right? What's the vote? Is it dead? Airbrush thinner, maybe. I don't have airbrush thinner, so it's dead. It's fine. It's like a buck. Well, they're like 270, aren't they? So it's probably 50p. It's fine. I made a list recently of all the paints that I use and all the ones that were low, so I made sure to stock up. But yeah, honestly, if Games Workshop put out their paints in dropper bottles, I would honestly pay like $1 more per paint to get it in the dropper bottles, just because that never happens in the dropper bottles and they last for so much longer. I don't know why we're not allowed dropper bottles. That's my dream. So I think after these guys, I'm gonna make 2 jump intercessors with eviscerators for like the new Primaris Death Company Marines, and I'll spray those with Astaroth. I suppose I might build a new Lamartes as well, because yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to build a new Lamartes. So probably aim to do like Lamartes, Astaroth, and then 2 guys with eviscerators shortly after this, I guess. I think it would honestly be about the same amount of money you would give them if the paint dries out, right? Because, like, well, if we just assume that I'm throwing away 50 pence of paint there, like I said, if I'm willing to pay $1 extra for a dropper bottle, then would it not just be the same amount of money? There'd be less plastic waste in the world as well, which would probably be a good thing. I'm going to be pretty lazy with the tactical rocks. I'm going to paint the Mechanica standard grey, and then I'm going to give them like two coats, like all over washes of just like Null Oil, and that'll be it. When plastic appears on Citadel paints, you can only use the bottle-like handle. Wish they allowed eviscerators for regular assault intercessors with or without jump packs. Yeah, I mean, we used to get eviscerators on the assault squads, didn't we? A long time ago. It would be nice, especially for the sergeant guy who's like a little bit taller than all the rest. It would be pretty cool if you could have an eviscerator, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not like the eviscerator is even any better than the power fist. It's the same. It's essentially the same profile. I mean, there's the tiniest little bit of difference. What, like one less strength, one less chance to hit, sustained one. I mean, I think if you math it out, eviscerators and power fists, they would be very, very similar. Want two more squads of these guys, and realizing how long this one squad's taken, that's going to be ridiculous. Maybe lucky to get 3 squads of these guys finished by Christmas. Especially I'm going to move to Outriders after this as well, because I've got those 2 squads in progress. Yeah, I haven't seen Mike today, but yeah, I think I'm definitely going to do another Blood Angels commission next. I think there's second Lancer, right? For when they inevitably retire the Predator Destructor. I guess 10th edition? Sorry, 11th edition, the Predator Destructor will go to Legends. I think the Vindicator tank will go to Legends as well? For 11th edition. The armor, like the tanks and the armor, they're like the only stuff that hasn't been Legends from Codex Space Marines. Kind of wish that they would just tell us what the plan is for those units. Are we keeping them? Are we losing them? Are we getting replaced with Primaris tanks? In 11th edition, all Firstborn will be Legends. That's what you think, Francis? I mean, there's a good chance of it, right? It's sad, but true. I mean, maybe that's why they're not telling us, right? You think even the Land Raider will be Legends? No point in telling us if they can take our money in between. Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part. No, I get that they're a business, I do. But I think if they also gave us a timeline, people would be less upset, right? Because, like, I was super upset when, like, I lost, like, 10,000 points of models, man. Not even... I haven't made the video about what I lost, because it's just going to come across as, like, me being upset as one of the old guard. It's going to be like a horribly negative video, so I didn't bother making it. I try not to make too many negative things. But yeah, like, I think I lost like 10,000 points of stuff. Land Raider is the one Firstborn unit I bet is sticking around, if no other reason than several other codexes use the kit. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of codexes have Land Raiders. I mean, maybe that's why they haven't retired Rhinos as well, because Rhinos are like bleeding across bunch of stuff as well, right? It's gonna be very sad when they retire my Vindicator tanks and my Whirlwind tanks. Just tell it, Firstborn are done, and okay, people will be upset for 2 or 3 months, but it's a constant source of pain. Yeah, I kind of think that as well, and if they just gave us a timeline and said, right, like, alright, in 11th edition, just, you know, I guess the danger is if, let's say that they have 10,000 Land Raiders in stock. I have no idea how many they would actually have in stock, but let's just say whatever number of Land Raiders they have in stock, if they say Land Raiders are going 11th edition Legends, I guess all sales, or a good number of sales on Land Raiders, just completely dry up. Which is very different to what happens with the Blood Angel stuff, is like, if they still sold the Firstborn Blood Angels Death Company and the Firstborn Blood Angels Sangre Guard, they would actually sell a shitload of those kits, because people would be like, oh my god, let me get all the upgrade bits that the Primaris kits don't have, right? Get a Vortex Mixer for your paints. Yeah, Kev's got a Vortex Mixer. Apparently they're very good, man. I don't have one, though. I'm such a casual painter these days. I was speaking about it the other night on the channel, saying, like, before I made YouTube content, I was actually painting quite a lot, I guess. And then having started making YouTube content, because I don't do painting videos. I guess because I don't do painting videos, all my time spent in doing maths and tournament games and analysis and army building that I guess I've become a very casual painter in that time. Island Phoenix, how you doing, dude? Busy day? Did you get Space Marine 2, Highland? As a relative newbie to the game and Warhammer in general, it's not very beginner friendly to let people know a timeline about things. Yeah, I mean it isn't, but also it isn't. I don't know, man. I also wish that they would hurry up and sell Primaris jetpacks on the GW website, because they should. You can still buy the Librarian Dreadnought, can you? Can you actually? Well, I mean, I guess he's there until the Codex releases, right? Which is what, like week or two's time? Maybe 3 weeks? Because if you want a firstborn Dreadnought, now is your final chance, huh? I'm at the point now with these models where I am actually doing a second coat of paint on bits. Yay! So I'm going to say they are 40% done now because I'm doing a second coat on all these armor joints of Mechanicus Standard Grey. Am I angling towards lag? I am angling towards lag. Robin says, I still haven't been able to sleep since Space Marine 2 stream last night. Was it that traumatic for you, Robin? I mean, we did die an absolute boatload. I think Captain Titus has a... or Lieutenant Titus, I guess. He didn't have a great evening in on that. It was that friggin' lift, man. What a friggin' nightmare that was. Yeah, I suppose you could use it as Legends if you played casually. I do think that when the new Codex drops, that model will be discontinued. So if you do not have a Firstborn Furioso or Librarian Dreadnought or Death Company and you want one, I guess I think you've got like a week or two to pick it up, or you won't get that chance. Unless it comes back as a made to order at some point in the future. Is the Codex not being out why I can't redeem it in the app? 100%, yeah. You'll be able to redeem your code as soon as the standalone Codex comes out, which I think will be, we're reckoning within a month, right? People said that it would be like 4 to 6 weeks from the pre-order date. Well, the pre-order was 2.5 weeks ago, so you should be able to redeem your code in about 2 or 3 weeks' time. But yeah, it's basically as soon as the standalone Codex is released, then you'll be able to redeem your code. I guess the app needs to get updated for you to be able to redeem your code. And some people contacted Games Workshop, but I didn't bother. I assumed it would be that you need to wait for the full release. And the people that did contact Games Workshop were saying, yeah, Games Workshop told me You need to wait for the full release, basically. Just think how good it'll feel when you beat it. Well, exactly. That's why I did. That was why I was doing the hardest difficulty mode, right? I'll feel accomplished when I beat it. Hopefully, I'll feel very accomplished. I was worried about spoilers, but I wanted to get into Angels of Death mode now. Angels of Death mode is nuts, dude. I think there's 3 bits. There was 3 times now I've had to get chat to come and help me out. I've just been totally stuck. And then that bit from last night was just brutal, Marius. I don't know if you caught too much of the stream last night, but I think we must have been stuck on that elevator for like at least an hour. Like we would just wipe after wipe after wipe. It reminded me when I used to play World of Warcraft a little bit, in that like you just everybody's dead. Alright, we go again, everybody's dead. Alright, we go again, everybody's dead. And at one point you're like, okay, I can only do this for another half an hour because I gotta go to sleep. It was fun though, it's been a long time. I honestly do not remember the last time I did a raid like that. With like people on voice and just like no one's stressed, everyone's just having fun. It was good. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. I hope they can do more though, right? How would you recommend Blood Angels to a new player? Been playing on TTS, testing armies and learning the game, but I want to start building an army now. Hello Kel Horde. I have a new video coming out on that tomorrow. If you haven't bought the new Death Company box that came out like just this Saturday past, I believe there's a few places that still have it in stock. The video I have coming out tomorrow, all about starting Blood Angels, will be assuming that you bought that new Death Company box. I mean, you don't have to, you could take all the other advice, but there is a new video coming out on starting and building your first Blood Angels list and how you could take that Death Company box into a somewhat of a competitive list. That's coming out tomorrow, 1 PM UK time. I always put out like a tactics video every Friday around 1 PM UK time. That's like my promise to you guys, I guess, is like a channel or something. I don't know what you call it, but that's literally what my channel's built on, is like the weekly Friday video. And this week it's all about taking that starter box into something competitive. How many jump assault intercessors have you done for your army, Marius? Hello, Ghetto Gunfighter, good evening. I was going to say, I know I think I'm supposed to be filming a little bit with Mark later tonight. But I might be able to get on Space Marine about 10 PM, we'll see. Yeah, so I think me and Mark are going to film a video before that, but I should be free hopefully about 10 to play a little bit more Space Marine 2. Oh, I don't think yeah. Yeah, if I was going to say, if you haven't got that new Death Company box, if you are interested in starting Blood Angels, there's a lot you can do with that new box as well, Kel Horde. You'll probably save yourself like about 25% on the models, right? I did make this slide, right, which is in tomorrow's video, which was like showing you the models you get in that box and how you can build it. And if you can get a copy of this box, I would say like it's about 20-25% cheaper than just buying the models individually. Probably 75% of what's in that box can be played competitively as well. So I mean, I guess you could just wait and buy the competitive units. You wouldn't necessarily need to buy that box, but units become, like, you know, units are competitive for 6 months and then they're not, and that always changes all the time, so it doesn't hurt to have a couple extra units potentially. So I would if you have nothing for Blood Angels, I would totally consider getting that starting box. And it will be out of stock very, very soon. If you're in the UK, I can link it to a retailer. I can link you a retailer that has it. But the other option is the Combat Patrol is coming out in, like, we think like 4 to 6 weeks, and the Combat Patrol will be a decent way to get started as well. You've not got any, okay. You building any from the new Death Company stuff, or you just building all Death Company? I think Assault Intercessor with jump packs have become one of my favourite units. They're just so good for the points you pay for them. The box does include the Codex. If you're in the US, someone in the Discord earlier today was saying that they're saving a boatload of money buying the new box in the US. So yeah, I guess your option is to either I was going to say, I don't think I can share the video with you yet. Could I? Is it private? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite ready, so it would have to be. It'll have to be tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, keep your eye on the retailer, and it would be. Sake. Sorry, I've been painting for like 4 hours at this point. I'm either getting lazy or I'm getting distracted, making mistakes. Pay attention to what you're doing. Do you think it's better to buy paints from GW or get alternative ones? I just use all GW ones, man, for the most part. I am a very casual painter, though. If you want to be a serious painter, my channel is not the channel to be watching. I actually don't know who is the best channel to watch for painting Blood Angels. I don't know who. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I guess if you Google or you go on YouTube and search, there'll be lots of other different creators that use lots of other painting products that aren't Games Workshop, but I don't think there's anything wrong with Games Workshop paints. I think they're fine. I don't like the tubs they come in, but that's a minor convenience, I guess. I don't like the Games Workshop brushes, though. I don't think they're the best brushes. I don't use their Games Workshop brushes. I'm very humble. My painting is like battle ready, man. Thanks though, Antonius. It has got better though, right? Like if we go back like 7 years, I suppose it has got a bit better. Still feel like I make way too many mistakes though. Trovarian makes really good angels painting videos. There you go, Flowbrain. Thanks for helping out. Jason loves monument hobbies. Buy the paints your local has. I mean, it is probably a good idea to buy paints that your local shop has. Do I have any fall tournaments coming up? I think so, man. I'm waiting to hear about an event in November. I think it was supposed to be the 23rd of November, so that's like 10 weeks away. I actually need to text Kenny, because it was Kenny that I played, that was Knights at the GT that was just passed. I played him. We were both 3-0, so I played him on the. Do you know what? I played him on the top table, game 4. He was saying that he's running an event in Inverness, which is like a half-an-hour drive from me, in November the 23rd. He was trying to find a venue. He was trying to get it all finalised when I talked to him. Maybe. I can't remember when I talked to Kenny. I think it was over the summer, so it was probably. I probably talked to him about a month ago. So yeah, I need to ping Kenny a text. You've reminded me though, so I'll text him and ask him if he's got a Facebook page or anything for his event yet. Because I am ready to go to another GT. November seems like a good time, and if it's only half an hour drive from my house, I love that as well, because it means I could be home in the evening to help with the kids. I've been trying to not go to too many tournaments where I need to stay over away from home, just because my kids are in a phase, I guess, where they're being very, very difficult. My wife is struggling a little bit because they're just being obnoxious all the time and loud. So yeah, if it's half an hour away and I can get home for the evening in case the kids are being nightmarish, that's ideal for me. So yeah, hopefully going to go to GT end of November is my next one. Peace. I would like to have like a good solid LEG list ready for that event as well. Because I don't know if I can win 2 GTs in a row, but I feel like if I could, that would be epic, right? I think it's unlikely that I could win 2 events in a row. Because I did get like a lot in that last event. I did. Kenny actually said to me, he was like, stop saying that you were lucky because you played really well. And I was like, yeah, but I was a little bit lucky, right? Like, I think in the final game I had to take 6 or 7 4-up saves with Commander Dante, and I needed to pass all of them to win the event. So 7 4-up saves. How often do you do 7 4-up saves in a row with like Commander Dante? I guess the answer is not that often. But I did it at the top table in a fucking like 2-point game to win the GT. So it's hard for me to come away going like, yeah, I wasn't that lucky. I was lucky, man. That was on another day I failed the first save, right? Oh, and that was like just before that, Dante had to fall back, and because the orcs have that stupid stratagem where they make it that if you don't roll a 4-up, you just instantly die because it's a desperate escape. So I desperate escape Dante right before that as well. So I 4-up his desperate escape attempt and then 4-up 7 4-up saves in a row. So yeah, winning another event 2 in a row would be epic. I don't know if I can do it, but I can go, I can try, I play my best, right? Vallejo Pro Acrylic. I've heard of Pro Acrylic paints before, yeah. Contrasts are useful. I know about Army Painter as well. I used their brushes for a little while. I actually have nothing against the Army Painter brushes. I just moved to the Element Games brushes because I'm always ordering from Element Games, I feel like. But I have used Army Painter brushes. I do think the Army Painter brushes are also better than the Games Workshop ones. But again, that's probably personal preferences. I've had really... The games... I bought that really expensive Games Workshop one, like, I think it's called the Artificer brush. And I didn't think it was good at all, and it was like 15 bucks, and I honestly think it was kind of knackered after like a hat, like... So this paint session is like 3 hours, and this brush is 6 months old, and this is absolutely... I mean, the bristles are a bit sprayed, but I can totally feel like I can paint totally fine with it. And, I feel like I used that Artificer brush for Games Workshop for like 1 3-hour paint session, and by that was it. It was like the next session I was like, oh my god, this brush is ruined, I only used it once. But yeah, I had an Army Painter brush, like the sort of triangular ones before this one, and I had it for ages as well, so I know Army Painter and I do like their brushes too. You believe in me, Peath? I appreciate that. John, would you mind looking up an army list for me for the next days? I have to play Onslaught 3K next week against Imperial Knights. 3 new codex with Sons of Sanguinius. What do you mean by looking up? Looking at your army list? Yeah, I can look at it. Can I do it on the Sunday show, or do you need it before Sunday? No, if you don't need it before Sunday, just put it in a comment on the YouTube video, or just DM it on me on Discord and say that we spoke on stream, and just say, can you cover this on Sunday, and I'll get you on the show, man. Not a problem. I mean, I've got my DMs turned on in Discord, so it's easy enough to send it to me there if that's easier. John, what's the defeatist attitude? Do you need to read? What defeatist attitude? What, to win 2 GTs in a row? Hey Sarasung, how you doing today? I'm good, man, thanks. I've been trying to make a lot of progress on the jump intercessors. I feel like I've been doing okay with them. Alright, my time here is limited now because my daughter is now screaming at my son downstairs. So one of two things is going to happen. Someone is going to get into a fight, someone's going to hurt themselves, or my wife's going to shout at them. And I guess when my wife starts shouting at them, that will be my call to stop painting and come and be useful, as you say, Alex. So yeah, I'll probably... It's getting towards but dinner time anyway, so just be aware that I'm probably going to be here for like 20 minutes more max, probably, I guess, something like that. I'm going to try and be on later to play Space Marine 2, but I don't know. We'll see. For those of you that are playing Space Marine 2, there's a Space Marine 2 channel in Discord, so you can drop like your Steam login or your Steam friend code, and we can get some more people in to play Space Marine 2. It is really fun. If you haven't picked it up, I've been streaming it way more. It's probably the only video game in the last 6 months that I've played more than 10 hours in a week in the first launch week or whatnot. The match is on the 21st. Yes, I can totally review it on Sunday then, dude. Send me the put it in our YouTube comment or Discord it to me and I'll get it on Sunday, not a problem. The Jumpy Boy is looking good. I'm at the point where I'm doing the second coat of paint on various parts of the model, so that's good. That's like we've got all. I feel like there's a couple of bits that I missed, but it's fine. If we can get the second coat on 80% of the model and then we can get washed, then we can start tidying up anything that was missed. I would feel very accomplished if I can get this unit finished this week. I don't know if I can. I'm going to stream tomorrow for a bit. I'm going to stream on Saturday night for a bit. Just be doing as much painting probably as these guys as we can. Regardless, they'll be close, right? You need to believe that you can win the second GT. I believe I can play well, and I believe the new detachment is good, right? So like that's what we'll be going into this GT with. We'll be going in knowing that we can play well, and that the pressure will be less, right? Because I've been putting a lot of pressure on myself for the last like 3 years or something to hurry up and win a GT. So we'll go in with less pressure. We'll play the absolute damnedest, the bestest we can play. And maybe we can win another event. I don't know. I mean, even top 5 would be great, right? I think the new detachment has some serious legs. I like it. I've only had like one list. I've only played one game with the new detachment, but I had good fun with it, and I felt like the list was pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, let's take it how it goes, I guess, and see if we can crush some people at 40k again. The reduced power to Blood Angels? There is no reduced power. What are you on about, Island Phoenix? We're stronger. No? Advance in charge on the whole army. I guess there's some disadvantages, right? I guess we don't fight on death constantly anymore. But my experience of Astaroth's fight on death in the first game that I played with them felt pretty useful. That captain with the sustained hits is going to be bonkers. I actually didn't put him in my list. I guess we'll see what happens with the point shakeout. But yeah, I think that captain's going to be bonkers with the sustained hits. Right, my daughter is literally screaming at the top of her lungs. 1 second. Annabella! Annie, can you go? Right, well listen, if I hear any more loud screaming, you two are getting split up, okay? Alright, well that's any more loud screaming, guys, and you're getting split up. Right, no more loud screaming, okay? Right, that's... If I hear any more loud screaming, that's it. Okay. Any more loud... They've been told. Any more loud screaming. I'm gonna have to end the stream. They're literally gonna be screaming within a minute. Oh, kids, man. And this is why I don't ever manage to get any of my models finished on normal days, huh? It's been peaceful. Thanks for hanging out with me this afternoon, guys. It's been most peaceful. No raised voices. These live streams have made my work a bit better. I'm glad to hear it, man. So I can go chill in the living room with it. Yeah, it's more like, if you've ever seen WWE, Marius, it's more like that. You know, like you're in the middle as the referee, and like if you're not paying 100% attention, you could get hit with a steel chair. You know, that's what it's like, Marius. I just want to paint, man. That's all. I haven't been to a tournament where I've been able to enter my army in the best painted not that I'm going to win best painted, but like my armies do look pretty nice when they're finished, and they do look pretty cohesive. And there's a nice feeling, like, just, you know, when they say like, oh, you're going to enter in. So basically every single event I've gone to, probably since I've had the kids, people say like, oh, are you entering your army into best painted? I'm like, no, they're not finished. They look good, and I was like, yeah, but they're not finished. And I don't know if it's just because I do YouTube, or if people... I think it's just because people are generally pretty nice at Warhammer events, isn't it? Because everybody always like comes over and will say like, oh, you know, these guys look good, or these guys look cool, and I suppose I do the same, right? I saw Marius's Ultramarines, as much as I am not an Ultramarines player. They look cool, you know. It's nice to see other people's armies. It's nice to see the effort people have put in. But yeah, I haven't been able to enter my army into best painted because fucking half the units aren't finished, probably since I had kids. So I guess I just try to take some time to do more painting. I mean, I'd literally be sitting here with the music on anyway, painting, so it makes no difference to stream it. You have 3 kids, 19, 16 and 12. I think anyone that has 3 kids must be a sadist, man. Because, like, the second I had... Like, before we even had the second kid, actually, before we even knew the sex of the second kid, because we had one girl, and my wife said to me, like, we were going for, like, the gender scan. You know, you can pay... I don't know how it works in America, but here in the UK, you can pay for a gender scan, because they won't do that on the... Like, we have the health service that's, like, free. So, like, when I broke my arm, I just go into the hospital and I don't have to pay anything. It's all free, right? But, like, the same for, like, when my daughter, like, when my wife had the babies, that's all free. But I guess it's not free to check the sex of the baby, I guess, because for some reason, I guess that's not important, right? They check if the baby's healthy, but they won't tell you the sex. So if you want to find out the sex, you have to go to a scan, and you have to pay extra, or pay privately, I guess. So we were going for the scan for, like, the second kid, and my wife said to me, she's like, so what happens if it's another girl? And I was like, cool, we have 2 girls. And she's like, and you don't want any more kids? And I was like, it's like 2024. Like, at this point in the world, there's very little, which is a good thing, right? There's very little in the world that, and maybe 50 years ago it was different, but now there's very little in the world that, like, a little girl can't do that a little boy can do, right? For example, I take my little girl to soccer practice every Saturday morning. She loves her soccer practice. So I said to my wife, I was like, no, if we have 2, if it's a girl, I'm happy. I just want 2 healthy kids. I don't really want anything beyond that. So I was ready to be done when with 2, I was like, I'm happy. 2 kids is enough. The sex is not important. There's nothing a boy can do now that a girl can't do, for example. And yeah, I feel like if you're managing 3 kids and you and your family are fine, more power to you. Well done. I think you deserve a medal for that, because I find 2 very, very challenging at times. Very challenging. So, well, there we go. There's the first scream. So it was more than a minute. It was like 3 minutes, maybe. Big. I guess it's what you take your 2 kids to karate class and paint minis with them. Well, exactly, Frank. You can do whatever sorry, your 2 girls. Yeah, exactly. You can do anything you want with. And that's why I said to my wife, I was like, I'd be happy with 2 girls. And she was like, but you would probably like a boy because you love football so much. And when I say football, I mean like, soccer, because we just call football soccer over here, right? And I do love soccer. And I actually, on Sunday this week, there's actually 2 soccer games. I said to my wife, I was like, is it okay if I watch soccer for like 4 hours on Sunday? But I'll look after the kids and I'll just like play with them on the floor while the soccer's on. She's like, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I do love soccer, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I think it's good. I'm happy that the world's gone more equality on that sort of stuff. I've got Hero Quest, and I've had it now since the Kickstarter like 2 or 3 years ago. So as soon as like maybe... has anyone played Hero Quest with their kids? What age have you played Hero Quest with the kids, and did they enjoy it? Like, I don't want to try and play it too early, and then it be like too much or too boring for them. But I do 100% want to play Hero Quest with my kids. Hero Quest was what started it all for me, like in the 80s. I think it would have been the early 90s, right? Man, I need it to get easier. I've got 3 and the oldest is 3.5. Dude, man, yeah. I feel like, so our oldest is 4.5 and our youngest is 2.5. There's like 23 months or something between them, man, and if you've got 3 in that time frame, that is tough. Yeah, because I find it tough with just the 2 Surf Song, man. And that's the other thing that I notice is there's not really like, you know, my wife will go to like support groups and stuff, or like there's a lot of women's support groups, but there's nothing for men. Men are just supposed to suck it up and deal with it, and it can be hard, man. Every time I talk to some of my friends, like from university and stuff, they're always talking about how hard it is with the kids, because they don't really feel comfortable to talk to anyone else about it. So anytime I catch up with my friends from uni, they just want to tell me how hard a time they're having with the kids. It's like, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It will get easier though. I had a friend actually, Surf Song, that has 2 as well, and they're like a year behind me. So he's got like a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and he said the exact same thing. Like, he messaged me. I can't even remember. That was it. There was a gig on, and he lives in Glasgow, which is like, Glasgow's one of the biggest cities. I think it might be the biggest city in Scotland, actually. Edinburgh's our capital, but Glasgow is the biggest city in terms of population. He lives down in Glasgow, and there was a gig on that me and my wife wanted to go see in Glasgow, and we used to always go see gigs with him. So I messaged him and was like, this band that I actually didn't know if he knew the band actually, but this band that we want to go see is on in Glasgow. How are you getting on? Do you want to go see it? And like, we got that message from him. It was the same thing. It was like, he's got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and like, we had a little conversation about the concert, but the conversation ended with, he's not coming to the concert, and then it ended with something like, please tell me this gets easier. And I was like, yeah, it does get easier, man, but when you've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, man, it's hard, eh? Enjoy it while you can, says Dwayne. That's good advice, Dwayne, because you do sometimes wish they were a bit older so things were easier, but you do have to try and enjoy the moments. Yeah, you're 100% right. Good advice, Dwayne. And sometimes as well, like, we expect, like, Michael, you saw how good Michael was on that video the other week. We expect too much from him because he's only 2, right? And he listens, and he'll let me stream, and he'll just hang out, and he's such a good boy, but like, you forget he's 2 and you expect too much from him. So, oh man, dived into the rabbit hole of having children, huh? I want the kids to learn to paint, James. Yeah, I think it would be great if the kids painted, because then that's something else that we can do as a, not as a family, but I guess like a father and daughter, a father and son. It's tough to do stuff. Yeah, and I mean, that was the other thing. When you've got 2 kids that young, every time you want to go out the door, it's like, all right, I've got to brush my teeth, then I've got to brush one kid's teeth, then I've got to brush the other kid's teeth, then I've got to check if I need the toilet, and then number 1 needs the toilet, and number 2 needs the toilet, and the amount of times that we've gone out, Surf Song, and forgotten to ask like our 4-year-old if we need the toilet, and then we get to somewhere that we're supposed to be going, and she's like, I need the toilet. And it's like, I was trying to say to my wife, I was like, that's not her fault. That's our fault for forgetting to check if she needs the toilet before we go. And we are getting better at doing stuff like that, but it's so easy, you know, like, because I feel like before I had kids, I was never late for anything. If I said I was going to be there at 10 o'clock, I was going to be there 10 minutes to 10 o'clock. I would be, you know, I'd never be late for things. I'd be on time. And then it's like, since I had kids, it's like, me and my wife, we're not on time for anything now. We are never early. We're always at least 10 minutes late, maybe longer, right? So if if you were inviting us to something, it's just like we aren't going to be on time. If we tell you we're going to be on time, it's a lie. We're going to try and be on time. I mean, we can try, right? It's a miracle we get the kids to school in time, yeah. This is why I go to therapy regularly. Lots of men don't consider that option, and I think it's only for mental illness. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good to look after your health as a man, and it's tough, and it's not something that's like widely accepted. I think you're right, Quicks. Or like a wizard arrive precisely when you mean to, man. I heard a rumor that Ian McKellen is gonna... They asked Ian McKellen to come back to be Gandalf again? Like, there's more there's another Lord of the Rings movie coming or something? I swear to God I heard that rumor this week, because I heard an interview or something where Ian McKellen was telling them that if they're gonna do this movie, they need to hurry up and do it or something. I was like, oh my God, he's coming back to do Gandalf? We were talking earlier in the stream about Arnold Schwarzenegger being like 77 years old, which actually kind of blew my mind. I didn't realise he was so old. But, I was going to say, how old is Ian McKellen now? He's got to be like 85 plus, surely. I feel like he's maybe even close to 90. Anyone in chat know how old Ian McKellen is? He was old in those Lord of the Rings movies. And they were like early 2000s, right? Or at least I feel like he was at least 70 in those Lord of the Rings movies. But I mean, maybe it was just makeup. The internet says 85. There's only 7 years between him and Arnie. That's actually crazy. I would have said there was more years than 7 between him and Arnold, but hey, that's crazy. He was only 60 in those films, that's why Christopher Lee got turned down, because he was too old. Okay. I mean, I guess he was supposed to be a wizard that's a couple of 100 years old, so they made him look a bit older, right? I can't actually remember. It's been a long time since I read Lord of the Rings. How are you, by the way, Steel Rain? How old was Gandalf supposed to be in Lord of the Rings? I think I read Lord of the Rings when I was like 12 or something, so that's like literally 30 years ago. How you finding Space Marine 2, Steel Rain? You enjoying it? No Sangreguard in it though, that's the problem, right? How dare they not put Sangreguard in a game all about Space Marines? Oh, Gandalf is somewhat supposed to be somewhat ageless. Well, that makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna go here in a minute because I think dinner is about to be ready and I'll need to deal with the kids and stuff anyway, so thanks for hanging out today, guys. I might see you later for Space Marine 2. If not, I might see you tomorrow because I might be able to get some child-free time to get another 4 or 5 hours to plow into these guys and get them pretty close. I do feel like I've made some decent progress today. Alright guys, have a nice evening, afternoon, thanks for hanging out. New tactics videos tomorrow for anyone that is desperate to see the new video about the Death Company box and stuff like that. I will maybe see you guys tonight, or maybe see you guys tomorrow. Probably definitely be here Saturday night for a bit. Maybe by the end of these few days off work I will have one squad of assault intercessors ready for varnishing. We'll see. This squad is looking. I do like these models a lot, though, man. They're really nice. Lots to do, though. Lots to do. Yeah, I wonder what Peter Jackson is doing with Lord of the Rings now. Is it a prequel? Did they come with enough beakies for everybody? No, I bought the beakies. They're a Horus Heresy set, man. They're on the Games Workshop website. These ones? Where is it? It's like $10 for the beaks. I like beak heads though. I thought it, because I was losing my assault intercessors, oh sorry, those assault marines that all had beak heads, I felt like it made sense to replace the lost beak heads with more beak heads, right? Oh, I think I just picked up the fucked Mechanicus grade. I'll have to find that one to get rid of it. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. Alright guys, have a nice afternoon. We'll see you very soon, I'm sure. Peace. Are we getting the FOMO 2K box tomorrow? You are indeed, man. 1 PM UK time. Ish. Alright, see you guys later. I might be back for Space Marine 2. We'll see.